The Romany Rye Part 2 by George Borrow. Chapter 35. The Leave-Taking, Spirit of the Hearth, What's O'Clock? The next morning, having breakfasted with my old friend, I went into the stable to make the necessary preparations for my departure. There, with the assistance of a stable lad, I cleaned and caparisoned my horse, and then, returning into the house, I made the old female attendant such a present as I deemed would be some compensation for the trouble I had caused. Hearing that the old gentleman was in his study, I repaired to him. "I am come to take leave of you," said I, "and to thank you for all the hospitality which I have received at your hands." The eyes of the old man were fixed steadfastly on the inscription which I had found him studying on a former occasion. At length he murmured to himself, "I have it. I think I have it." And then, looking at me, he said, "So you are about to depart?" "Yes," said I, "my horse will be at the front door in a few minutes. I am glad, however, before I go, to find that you have mastered the inscription." "Yes," said the old man, "I believe I have mastered it. It seems to consist of some verses relating to the worship of the spirit of the hearth." "What is the spirit of the hearth?" said I. "One of the many demons which the Chinese worship," said the old man. "They do not worship one god, but many." And then the old man told me a great many highly interesting particulars respecting the demon worship of the Chinese. After the lapse of at least half an hour, I said, "I must not linger here any longer, however willing. Horncastle is distant, and I wish to be there tonight. Pray, can you inform me what's o'clock?" The old man, rising, looked towards the clock which hung on the side of the room at his left hand, on the farther side of the table at which he was seated. "I am rather short-sighted," said I, "and cannot distinguish the number at that distance." "It is 10 o'clock," said the old man. "I believe somewhat past. A quarter, perhaps." "Yes," said the old man, "a quarter or 7 minutes, or 10 minutes past 10. I do not understand you." "Why, to tell you the truth," said the old man with a smile, "there is one thing to the knowledge of which I could never exactly attain." "Do you mean to say," said I, "that you do not know what's o'clock?" "I can give a guess," said the old man, "to within a few minutes." "But you cannot tell the exact moment?" "No," said the old man. "In the name of wonder," said I, "with that thing there on the wall continually ticking in your ear, how comes it that you do not know what's o'clock?" "Why," said the old man, "I have contented myself with giving a tolerably good guess. To do more would have been too great trouble." "But you have learnt Chinese," said I. "Yes," said the old man, "I have learnt Chinese." "Well," said I really would counsel you to learn to know what's o'clock as soon as possible. Consider what a sad thing it would be to go out of the world not knowing what's o'clock. A millionth part of the trouble required to learn Chinese would, if employed, infallibly teach you to know what's o'clock. "I had a motive for learning Chinese," said the old man, "the hope of appeasing the misery in my head. With respect to not knowing what's o'clock, I cannot see anything particularly sad in the matter. A man may get through the world very creditably without knowing what's o'clock. Yet, upon the whole, it is no bad thing to know what's o'clock. You, of course, do. It would be too good a joke if two people were to be together, one knowing Armenian and the other Chinese, and neither knowing what's o'clock. I'll now see you off." Chapter 36. Arrival at Horncastle, the inn and ostlers, the garret, figure of a man with a candle. Leaving the house of the old man who knew Chinese but could not tell what was o'clock, I wended my way to Horncastle, which I reached in the evening of the same day, without having met any adventure on the way worthy of being marked down in this very remarkable history. The town was a small one, seemingly ancient, and was crowded with people and horses. I proceeded, without delay, to the inn to which my friend the surgeon had directed me. "It is of no use coming here," said 2 or 3 ostlers as I entered the yard. "All full, no room whatever." whilst one added in an undertone, "That air a knotted bad-looking horse." "I want to see the master of this inn," said I, as I dismounted from the horse. "See the master," said an ostler, the same who had paid the negative kind of compliment to the horse. "A likely thing, truly. My master is drinking wine with some of the grand gentry, and can't be disturbed for the sake of the like of you." "I bring a letter to him," said I, pulling out the surgeon's epistle. "I wish you would deliver it to him," I added, offering a half crown. "Oh, it's you, is it?" said the ostler, taking the letter and the half-crown. "My master will be right glad to see you. Why, you han't been here for many a year. I'll carry the note to him at once." And with these words he hurried into the house. "That's a nice horse, young man," said another ostler. "What will you take for it?" To which interrogation I made no answer. "If you wish to sell him," said the ostler, coming up to me and winking knowingly, "I think I and my partners might offer you a samoot under £70. To which kind and half insinuated offer I made no reply, save by winking in the same kind of knowing manner in which I observed him wink. "Rather leery," said a third ostler. "Well, young man, perhaps you will drink tonight with me and my partners, when we can talk the matter over." Before I had time to answer, the landlord, a well-dressed, good-looking man, made his appearance with the ostler. He bore the letter in his hand. Without glancing at me, he betook himself at once to consider the horse, going round him and observing every point with the utmost minuteness. At last, having gone round the horse 3 times, he stopped beside me, and keeping his eyes on the horse, bent his head towards his right shoulder. "That horse is worth some money," said he, turning towards me suddenly and slightly touching me on the arm with the letter which he held in his hand, to which observation I made no reply, save by bending my head towards the right shoulder as I had seen him do. "The young man is going to talk to me and my partners about it tonight," said the ostler who had expressed an opinion that he and his friends might offer me somewhat under £70 for the animal. "Pooh!" said the landlord. "The young man knows what he is about. In the meantime, lead the horse to the reserved stall, and see well after him. My friend," said he, taking me aside after the ostler had led the animal away, "recommends you to me in the strongest manner, on which account alone I take you and your horse in. I need not advise you not to be taken in, as I should say, by your look that you are tolerably awake. But there are queer hands at Horncastle at this time, and those fellows of mine, you understand me. But I have a great deal to do at present, so you must excuse me." And thereupon went into the house. That same evening I was engaged at least 2 hours in the stable, in rubbing the horse down and preparing him for the exhibition which I intended he should make in the fair on the following day. The ostler to whom I had given the half-crown, halubbermeters of versus, is verwetum once at time to the service of mine. He more than once repeated to me his firm conviction that himself and partners could afford to offer me samoot for the horse, and at a later hour, when, in compliance with his invitation, I took a glass of samoot with himself and partners in Partners and Burt impress upon me, chiefly by means of nods and wits, there could afford to give me some, for pintaitubud fuerit sapalita sim. Winks as they had all collectively used, I endeavored to impress upon them my conviction that I could get somewhat handsomer in the fair than they might be disposed to offer me, seeing as how I followed by a wink and a nod, which they seemed perfectly to understand, one or two of them declaring that if the case was so, it made a great deal of difference, and that they did not wish to be any hindrance to me, more particularly as it was quite clear I had been an ostler like themselves. It was late at night when I began to think of retiring to rest. On inquiring if there was any place in which I could sleep, I was informed that there was a bed at my service, provided I chose to sleep in a 2-bedded room, one of the beds of which was engaged by another gentleman. I expressed my satisfaction at this arrangement, and was conducted by a maidservant up many pairs of stairs to a garret, in which were 2 small beds, in one of which he gave me to understand another gentleman slept. He had, however, not yet retired to rest. I asked who he was, but the maidservant could give me no information about him, save that he was a highly respectable gentleman and a friend of her master's. Presently, bidding me good night, she left me with a candle, and I, having undressed myself and extinguished the light, went to bed. Notwithstanding the noises which sounded from every part of the house, I was not slow in falling asleep, being thoroughly tired. I know not how long I might have been in bed, perhaps 2 hours, when I was partially awakened by a light shining upon my face, whereupon, unclosing my eyes, I perceived the figure of a man, with a candle in one hand, staring at my face, whilst with the other hand he held back the curtain of the bed. As I have said before, I was only partially awakened. My power of conception was consequently very confused. It appeared to me, however, that the man was dressed in a green coat, that he had curly brown or black hair, and that there was something peculiar in his look. Just as I was beginning to recollect myself, the curtain dropped, and I heard, or thought I heard, a voice say, "Don't know the cove." Then there was a rustling like a person undressing, whereupon, being satisfied that it was my fellow lodger, I dropped asleep, but was awakened again by a kind of heavy plunge upon the other bed, which caused it to rock and creak, when I observed that the light had been extinguished, probably blown out, if I might judge from a rather disagreeable smell of burnt wick, which remained in the room, and which kept me awake till I heard my companion breathing hard, when, turning on the other side, I was again once more speedily in the arms of Lum. Chapter 37. Horncastle Fair. It had been my intention to be up and doing early on the following morning, but my slumbers proved so profound that I did not wake until about 8. On arising, I again found myself the sole occupant of the apartment, my more alert companion having probably risen at a much earlier hour. Having dressed myself, I descended, and going to the stable, found my horse under the hands of my friend the ostler, who was carefully rubbing him down. "There ain't a better horse in the fair," said he to me, "and, as you are one of us, and appear to be all right, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't take less than 150 for him. If you mind your hits, you may get it, for I have known 200 given in this fair for one no better, if so good." "Well," said I, "thank you for your advice, which I will take, and if successful, will give you summit handsome." "Thank you," said the ostler. "And now let me ask whether you are up to all the ways of this here place." "I had never been here before," said I, "but I have a pair of tolerably sharp eyes in my head." "That I see you have," said the ostler, "but many a body with as sharp a pair of eyes as yourn has lost his horse in this fair, for want of having been here before. Therefore," said he, "I'll give you a caution or two." Thereupon the ostler proceeded to give me at least half a dozen cautions, only 2 of which I shall relate to the reader. The first, not to stop to listen to what any chance customer might have to say, and the last, the one on which he appeared to lay most stress, by no manner of means to permit a Yorkshireman to get up into the saddle. "For," said he, "if you do, it is 3 to 1 that he rides off with the horse. He can't help it. Trust a cat amongst cream, but never trust a Gerfrin in that naddle trebal. I tell you what, as you seem a decent kind of a young chap, I'll lend you a saddle and bridle of my master's, almost brand new. He won't object, I know, as you are a friend of his, only you must not forget your promise to come down with summit handsome after you have sold the animal." After a slight breakfast, I mounted the horse, which, decked out in his borrowed finery, really looked better by a large sum of money than on any former occasion. Making my way out of the yard of the inn, I was instantly in the principal street of the town, up and down which an immense number of horses were being exhibited, some led and others with riders. A wonderful small quantity of good horses in the fair this time. I heard a stout jockey-looking individual say, who was staring up the street with his side towards me, "Halloo, young fellow," said he, a few moments after I had passed, "whose horse is that? Stop, I want to look at him." Though confident that he was addressing himself to me, I took no notice, remembering the advice of the ostler, and proceeded up the street. My horse possessed a good walking step, but walking, as the reader knows, was not his best pace, which was the long trot, at which I could not well exercise him in the street, on account of the crowd of men and animals. However, as he walked along, I could easily perceive that he attracted no slight attention amongst those who by their jockey dress and general appearance I imagined to be connoisseurs. I heard various calls to stop, to none of which I paid the slightest attention. In a few minutes I found myself out of the town, when, turning round for the purpose of returning, I found I had been followed by several of the connoisseur-looking individuals whom I had observed in the fair. Now would be the time for a display, thought I, and looking around me I observed 2 5-barred gates, one on each side of the road and fronting each other. Turning my horse's head to one, I pressed my heels to his sides, loosened the reins, and gave an encouraging cry, whereupon the animal cleared the gate in a twinkling. Before he had advanced 10 yards in the field to which the gate opened, I had turned him round, and again giving him cry and rein, I caused him to leap back again into the road, and still allowing him head, I made him leap the other gate, and forthwith turning him round, I caused him to leap once more into the road, where he stood proudly tossing his head, as much as to say, "What more? A fine horse, a capital horse," said several of the connoisseurs. "What do you ask for him?" "Too much for any of you to pay," said I. "A horse like this is intended for other kind of customers than any of you." "How do you know that?" said one, the very same person whom I had heard complaining in the street of the paucity of good horses in the fair. "Come, let us know what you ask for him." £150, said I, "neither more nor less." "Do you call that a great price?" said the man. "Why, I thought you would have asked double that amount." "You do yourself injustice, young man." "Perhaps I do," said I, "but that's my affair. I do not choose to take more." "I wish you would let me get into the saddle," said the man. "The horse knows you, and therefore shows to more advantage, but I should like to see how he would move under me, who am a stranger. Will you let me get into the saddle, young man?" "No," said I will not let you get into the saddle." "Why not?" said the man. "Lest you should be a Yorkshireman," said I, "and should run away with the horse." "Yorkshire!" said the man. "I am from Suffolk, silly Suffolk, so you need not be afraid of my running away with the horse." "Oh? If that's the case," said I should be afraid that the horse would run away with you, so I will by no means let you mount." "Will you let me look in his mouth?" said the man. "If you please," said I, "but I tell you, he's apt to bite." "He can scarcely be a worse bite than his master," said the man, looking into the horse's mouth. "He's 4 off." "I say, young man, will you warrant this horse?" "No," said I never warrant horses. The horses that I ride can always warrant themselves." "I wish you would let me speak a word to you," said he. "Just come aside. It's a nice horse," said he in a half whisper, after I had ridden a few paces aside with him. "It's a nice horse," said he, placing his hand upon the pommel of the saddle, and looking up in my face. "And I think I can find you a customer. If you would take 100, I think my lord would purchase it. For he has sent me about the fair to look him up a horse, by which he could hope to make an honest penny." "Well," said I, "and could he not make an honest penny, and yet give me the price I ask?" "Why," said the go-between, £150 is as much as the animal is worth, or nearly so. And my lord, do you see? I see no reason at all," said I, "why I should sell the animal for less than he is worth, in order that his lordship may be benefited by him. So that if his lordship wants to make an honest penny, he must find some person who would consider the disadvantage of selling him a horse for less than it is worth, as counterbalanced by the honor of dealing with a lord, which I take tote. I am going back to the where, if you, or any person, are desirous of purchasing the horse, you must come within the next half hour, or I shall probably not feel disposed to sell him at all." "Another word, young man," said the jockey, but without staying to hear what he had to say, I put the horse to his best trot, and re-entering the town, and threading my way as well as I could through the press, I returned to the yard of the inn, where, dismounting, I stood still, holding the horse by the bridle. I had been standing in this manner about 5 minutes when I saw the jockey enter the yard, accompanied by another individual. They advanced directly towards me. "Here is my lord, come to look at the horse, young man," said the jockey. My lord, as the jockey called him, was a tall figure of about 35. He had on his head a hat somewhat rusty, and on his back a surtout of blue rather the worse for wear. His forehead, if not high, was exceedingly narrow. His eyes were brown with a rat-like glare in them. The nose was rather long, and the mouth very wide. The cheekbones high, and the cheeks, as to hue and consistency, exhibiting very much the appearance of a withered red apple. There was a gaunt expression of hunger in the whole countenance. He had scarcely glanced at the horse, when drawing in his cheeks, he thrust out his lips very much after the manner of a baboon, when he sees a piece of sugar held out towards him. "Is this horse yours?" said he, suddenly turning towards me with a kind of smirk. "It's my horse," said I. "Are you the person who wishes to make an honest penny by it? How?" said he, drawing up his head with a very consequential look, and speaking with a very haughty tone. "What do you mean?" We looked at each other full in the face. After a few moments, the muscles of the mouth of him of the hungry look began to move violently. The face was puckered into innumerable wrinkles, and the eyes became half closed. "Well," said I, "have you ever seen me before?" "I suppose you are asking yourself that question. Excuse me, sir," said he, dropping his lofty look, and speaking in a very subdued and civil tone. "I have never had the honor of seeing you before, that is," said he, slightly glancing at me again, and again moving the muscles of his mouth. "No, I have never seen you before," he added, making me a bow. "I have never had that pleasure. My business with you at present is to inquire the lowest price you are willing to take for this horse. My agent here informs me that you ask £150, which I cannot think of giving. The horse is a showy horse. But look, my dear sir, he has a defect here and there in his near foreleg. I observe something which looks very like a splint. Yes, upon my credit," said he, touching the animal, "he has a splint, or something which will end in one. £150, sir? What could have induced you ever to ask anything like that for this animal? I protest that, in my time, I have frequently bought a better for." "Who are you, sir?" "I am in treaty for this horse," said he to a man who had come up whilst he was talking, and was now looking into the horse's mouth. "Who am I?" said the man, still looking into the horse's mouth. "Who am I? His lordship asks me." "Ah, I see, close on 5, said he, releasing the horse's jaws and looking at me. This newcomer was a thin, wiry-made individual with wiry curling brown hair. His face was dark and wore an arch and somewhat roguish expression. Upon one of his eyes was a kind of speck or beam. He might be about 40, wore a green jockey coat, and held in his hand a black riding whip with the knob of silver wire. As I gazed upon his countenance, it brought powerfully to my mind the face which, by the light of the candle, I had seen staring over me on the preceding night, when lying in bed and half asleep. Close beside him, and seemingly in his company, stood an exceedingly tall figure, that of a youth, seemingly about 21, dressed in a handsome riding dress, and wearing on his head a singular hat, green in color, and with a very high peak. "What do you ask for this horse?" said he of the green coat, winking at me with the eye which had a beam in it, whilst the other shone and sparkled like Mrs. Colonel W.'s Golconda diamond. "Who are you, sir? I demand once more," said he of the hungry look. "Who am I? Why, who should I be but Jack Dale, who buys horses for himself and other folk? I want one at present for this short young gentleman," said he, motioning with his finger to the gigantic youth. "Well, sir," said the other, "and what business have you to interfere between me and any purchase I may be disposed to make?" "Well, then," said the other, "be quick and purchase the horse, or perhaps I may." "Do you think I am to be dictated to by a fellow of your description?" said his lordship. "Begone, or what do you ask?" "For this horse?" said the other to me very coolly. "150, said I. "I shouldn't mind giving it to you," said he. "You will do no such thing," said his lordship, speaking so fast that he almost stuttered. "Sir," said he to me, "I must give you what you ask. Simons, take possession of the animal for me," said he to the other jockey who attended him. "You will please to do no such thing without my consent," said I. "I have not sold him." "I have this moment told you that I will give you the price you demand," said his lordship. "Is not that sufficient?" "No," said I. "There is a proper manner of doing everything. Had you come forward in a manly and gentlemanly manner to purchase the horse, I should have been happy to sell him to you, but after all the fault you have found with him, I would not sell him to you at any price, so send your friend to find up another." "You behave in this manner, I suppose," said his lordship, "because this fellow has expressed a willingness to come to your terms. I would advise you to be cautious how you trust the animal in his hands. I think I have seen him before, and could tell you. What can you tell of me?" said the other, going up to him, "except that I have been a poor dicky boy, and that now I am a dealer in horses, and that my father was lagged. That's all you could tell of me, and that I don't mind telling myself. But there are two things they can't say of me. They can't say that I am either a coward or a screw either, except so far as one who gets his bread by horses may be expected to be. And they can't say of me that I ever ate up an ice which a young woman was waiting for, or that I ever bam back out the could with how many, said he, motioning with his finger tauntingly to the other. "What do you want with a horse? Except to take the bread out of the mouth of a poor man tomorrow is not the Battle of Waterloo, so that you don't want to back out of danger by pretending to have hurt yourself by falling from the creature's back, my lord of the white feather. Come, none of your fierce looks. I am not afraid of you." In fact, the other had assumed an expression of the deadliest malice. His teeth were clenched, his lips quivered, and were quite pale. The rat-like eyes sparkled, and he made a half-spring, a la rat, towards his adversary, who only laughed. Restraining himself, however, he suddenly turned to his understrapper, saying, "Simmons, will you see me thus insulted? Go and trounce this scoundrel. You can, I know." "Simmons trounce me," said the other, going up to the person addressed and drawing his hand contemptuously over his face. "Why, I beat Simmons in this very yard in 1 round 3 years ago, didn't I, Simmons?" said he to the understrapper, who held down his head, muttering in a surly tone, "I didn't come here to fight. Let every one take his own part." "That's right, Simmons," said the other, "especially every one from whom there is nothing to be got. I would give you 1/2 a crown for all the trouble you have had, provided I were not afraid that my Lord Plume there would get it from you as soon as you leave the yard together. Come, take yourselves both off. There's nothing to be made here." Indeed, his lordship seemed to be of the same opinion, for after a further glance at the horse, a contemptuous look at me, and a scowl at the jockey, he turned on his heel, muttering something which sounded like fellows, and stalked out of the yard, followed by Simmons. "And now, young man," said the jockey, or whatever he was, turning to me with an arch leer, "I suppose I may consider myself as the purchaser of this here animal for the use and behoof of this young gentleman," making a sign with his head to the tall young man by his side. "By no means," said I am utterly unacquainted with either of you, and before parting with the horse I must be satisfied as to the respectability of the purchaser." "Oh, as to that matter," said he, "I have plenty of vouchers for my respectability about me. and thrusting his hand into his bosom below his waistcoat, he drew out a large bundle of notes. "These are the kind of things," said he, "which vouch best for a man's respectability." "Not always," said I. "Indeed, sometimes these kind of things need vouchers for themselves." The man looked at me with a peculiar look. "Do you mean to say that these notes are not sufficient notes?" said he, "because if you do, I shall take the liberty of thinking you are not over-civil. And when I thinks a person is not over and above civil, I sometimes takes off my coat, and when my coat is off, you sometimes knock people down," I added. "Well, whether you knock me down or not, I beg leave to tell you that I am a stranger in this fair, and that I shall part with the horse to nobody who has no better guarantee for his respectability than a roll of banknotes, which may be good or not for what I know, who am not a judge of such things." "Oh, if you are a stranger here," said the man, "as I believe you are, never having seen you here before except last night, when I think I saw you above stairs by the glimmer of a candle, I say if you are a stranger, you are quite right to be cautious. Queer things being done in this fair, as nobody knows better than myself," he added with a leer. "But I suppose if the landlord of the house vouches for me in my notes, you will have no objection to part with the horse to me." "None whatever," said I, "and in the meantime the horse can return to the stable." Thereupon I delivered the horse to my friend the ostler. The landlord of the house, on being questioned by me as to the character and condition of my new acquaintance, informed me that he was a respectable horse dealer and an intimate friend of his, whereupon the purchase was soon brought to a satisfactory conclusion. Chapter 38. High Dutch. It was evening, and myself and the two acquaintance I had made in the fair, namely Lemuel, namely of the Lemmy, or even people connected with the fair, at a long table d'hôte. They had now departed, and we sat at a small side table with wine and a candle without. They had now departed, and we sat at a small side table with wine and a candle before us. Both my companions had pipes in their mouths, the jockey a common pipe, and the foreigner one, the spataculated, the murdich, the jockey frequently emptied and replenished his glass. The foreigner sometimes raised his to his lips, for no other purpose seemingly than to moisten them, as he never drained his glass. As for myself, though I did not smoke, I had a glass before me, from which I sometimes took a sip. The room, notwithstanding the window was flung open, was in general so filled with smoke, chiefly that which was drawn from the huge bowl of the foreigner, that my companions and I were frequently concealed from each other's eyes. The conversation, which related entirely to the events of the fair, was carried on by the jockey and myself, the foreigner, who appeared to understand the greater part of what we said, occasionally putting in a few observations in broken English. At length, the jockey, after the other had made some ineffectual attempts to express something intelligibly which he wished to say, observed, "Isn't it a pity that so fine a fellow as Mean here, and so clever a fellow too, as I believe him to be, is not a better master of our language?" "Is the gentleman a German?" said I. "If so, I can interpret for him anything he wishes to say." "The deuce you can," said the jockey, taking his pipe out of his mouth and staring at me through the smoke. "Ha! You speak German!" vociferated the foreigner in that language. "By Easton, I am glad of it. I wanted to say," and here he said in German what he wished to say, and which was of no great importance, and which I translated into English. "Well, if you don't put me out," said the jockey. "What language is that, Dutch?" "High Dutch," said I. "High Dutch, and you speak High Dutch? Why, I had booked you for as great an ignoramus as myself, who can't write no, nor distinguish in a book a great A from a bull's foot." "A person may be a very clever man," said I. "No, not a clever man, for clever signifies clerkly, and a clever man, one who is able to read and write and entitled to the benefit of his clergy or clerkship. But a person may be a very acute person without being able to read or write. I never saw a more acute countenance than your own. No soft soap, said the jockey, for I never uses any. However, thank you for your information. I have hitherto thought myself a nishan clever fellow, but from henceforth shall consider myself just the contrary, and only what's the word? Confounded cute. Just so, said I. Well, said the jockey, as you say you can speak High Dutch, I should like to hear you and Master 6'6" fire away at each other. I cannot speak German, said I, but I can understand tolerably well what others say in it. Come, no backing out, said the jockey. Let's hear you fire away for the glory of old England. Then you are a German, said I, in German to the foreigner. That will do, said the jockey. Heap it up. A German, said the tall foreigner. No, I thank God that I do not belong to the stupid, sluggish Germanic race, but to a braver, taller, and handsomer people. Here, taking the pipe out of his mouth, he stood up proudly erect, so that his head nearly touched the ceiling of the room, then reseating himself, and again putting the siphon to his lips, he added, I am a Magyar. What is that? Said I. The foreigner looked at me for a moment, somewhat contemptuously, through the smoke, then said in a voice of thunder, a Hungarian. What a voice the chap has when he pleases, interposed the jockey. What is he saying? Merely that he is a Hungarian, said I. But I added, the conversation of this gentleman and myself in a language which you can't understand must be very tedious to you. We had better give it up. Keep on with it, said the jockey. I shall go on listening very contentedly till I fall asleep. No bad thing to do at most times. Chapter 39. The Hungarian. Then you are a countryman of Tekeli, and of the queen who made the celebrated water, said I, speaking to the Hungarian in German, which I was able to do tolerably well, owing to my having translated the publisher's philosophy into that language, always provided I did not attempt to say much at a time. Hungarian. Ha! You have heard of Tekeli, and of l'eau de la Reina de Hongrie? How is that? Myself. I have seen a play acted, founded on the exploits of Tekeli, and have read Pegol Lebrun's beautiful romance, entitled The Barons of Felsheim, in which he is mentioned. As for the water, I have heard a lady, the wife of a master of mine, speak of it. Hungarian. Was she handsome? Myself. Very. Hungarian. Did she possess the water? Myself. I should say not, for I have heard her express a great curiosity about it. Hungarian. Was she growing old? Myself. Of course not. But why do you put all these questions? Hungarian. Because the water is said to make people handsome, and above all, to restore to the aged the beauty of their youth. Well, Tekeli was my countryman, and I have the honor of having some of the blood of the Tekelis in my veins. But with respect to the queen, pardon me if I tell you that she was not an Hungarian. She was a Pole Ursabet by name, daughter of Ladislas Locticus, king of Poland. She was the fourth spouse of Karoli II, king of the Magyar country, who married her in 1320. She was a great woman and celebrated politician, though at present chiefly known by her water. Myself. How came she to invent it? Hungarian. If her own account may be believed, she did not invent it. After her death, as I have read in Florentius of Buda, there was found a statement of the manner in which she came by it, written in her own hand on a fly-leaf of her breviary, to the following effect. Being afflicted with a grievous disorder at the age of 72, she received the medicine which was called her water, from an old hermit whom she never saw before or afterwards. It not only cured her, but restored to her all her former beauty, so that the king of Poland fell with hurt and the receipt for making it and directions for using it were also found on the fly-leaf. The principal component parts were burnt wine and rosemary, past the ruin, alembic, A drachm of it was to be taken once a week. Ital ben vagi italban, in the food or the drink, early in the morning, and the cheeks were to be moistened with it every day. The effects, according to the statement, were wonderful, and perhaps they were upon the Queen. But whether the water has been equally efficacious on other people is a point which I cannot determine. I should wish to see some old woman who has been restored to youthful beauty by the use of l'eau de la reine de Hongrie. Myself. Perhaps, if you did, the old gentlewoman would hardly be so ingenuous as the Queen. But who are the Hungarians descendants of Attila and his people? The Hungarian shook his head and gave me to understand that he did not believe that his nation were the descendants of Attila and his people, though he acknowledged that they were probably of the same race. Attila and his armies. If for burrance, we ten Addershen, our woman in Bellisum, and Nist Mesh, Ikfri any well 84, under the leadership of Almus, called so from Alom, which, in the Hungarian language, signifies a dream, his mother, before his birth, having dreamt that child with which she was enceinte would be the father of a long succession of kins, which, in fact, was the case. This was the tend yender twarbright, iconfalde unit, this Arpad and his Magyars utterly subdued Pannonia, that is, Hungary and Transylvania, wresting the government of it from the Sclavonian tribes who inhabited it, and settling down amongst them as conquerors. After giving me this information, the Hungarian exclaimed with much animation, "A goodly country that which they had entered on, consisting of a plain surrounded by mountains, some of which intersected here and there with noble rapid rivers, the grandest of which is the mighty Donau, a country with tiny volcanoes, casting up puffs of smoke and steam, and from which hot springs arise, good for the sick, with many fountains, some of which are so pleasant to the taste as to be preferred to wine, with a generous soil, which, warmed by a beautiful sun, is able to eat in. Here they rested meditating, however, fresh conquests. Oh, the Magyars soon showed themselves a mighty people. Besides Hungary and Transylvania, they subdued Bulgaria and Bosnia and the land of Tot, now called Sclavonia. The generals of Zoltan, the son of Arpad, led troops of horsemen to the banks of the Rhine. One of them, at the head of a host, besieged Constantinople. It was then that Batand engaged in combat with a Greek of gigantic stature, who came out of the city and challenged the two best men in the Magyar army. "I am the feeblest of the Magyars," said Batand, "but I will kill thee." And he performed his word, having previously given a proof of the feebleness of his arm by striking his battle-axe through the brazen gate, making a hole so big that a child of 5 years old could walk through it. Myself. Of what religion were the old Hungarians? Hungarian. They had some idea of a supreme being, whom they called Isten, which word is still used by the Magyars for God. But their chief devotion was directed to sorcerers and soothsayers, something like the shamans of the Siberian steppes. They were converted to Christianity chiefly through the instrumentality of Istvan or Stephen, called after his death Saint Istvan, who ascended the throne in the year 1000. He was born in Heathenesse, and his original name was Voch. He was the first Kirlali, or king of the Magyars. There. Former leaders had been called Fajidalmik, or dukes. The Magyar language has properly no term either for king or house. Kirali is a word derived from the Sclaves, Hays, or house, from the Germans, who first taught them to build houses, their original dwellings having been tilted wagons. Myself, many thanks for your account of the great men of your country. Hungarian, the great men of my country. I have only told you of the well. I acknowledge that Almus and Arpad were great men, but Hungary has produced many greater. I will not trouble you by recapitulating all, but there is one name I cannot forbear mentioning, but you have heard of it even at Horncastle. The name of Hunyadi must be familiar. Myself. It may be so, though I rather doubt it, but, however that may be, I confess my ignorance. I have never, until this moment, heard the name of Hunyadi. Hungarian. Not of Hunyadi János, not of Hunyadi John, for the genius of our language compels us to put a man's Christian name after his other. Perhaps you have heard of the name of Corvinus? Myself. Yes, I have heard the name of Corvinus, Hungarian. By my God, I am glad of it. I thought our hammer of destruction, our thunderbolt, whom the Greeks called Achilles, must be known to the people of Horncastle. Well, Hunyadi and Corvinus are the same. Myself. Corvinus means the man of the crow, or raven. I suppose that your John, when a boy, climbed up to a crow or a raven's nest and stole the young, a bold feat well befitting a young hero. Hungarian. By Istin, you are an acute guesser. A robbery there was, but it was not Hunyadi who robbed the raven, but the raven who robbed Hunyadi. Myself. How was that? Hungarian. In this manner Hunyadi, according to tradition, was the son of King Sigmund by a peasant's daughter. The king saw and fell in love with her whilst marching against the voivode of Wallachia. He had some difficulty in persuading her to consent to his wishes, and she only yielded at last on the king making her a solemn promise that, in the event of her becoming with child by him, he would handsomely provide for her and the infant. The king proceeded on his expedition, and on his returning in triumph from Wallachia, again saw the girl, who informed him that she was enceinte by him. The king was delighted with the intelligence, gave the girl money, and at the same time a ring, requesting her, if she brought forth a son, to bring the ring to Buda with the child and present it to him. When her time was up, the peasant's daughter brought forth a fair son, who was baptized by the name of John. After some time, the young woman communicated the whole affair to her elder brother, whose name was Gaspar, and begged him to convey her and the child to the king at Buda. The brother consented, and both set out, taking the child with them. On their way, the woman, wanting to wash her clothes, laid the child down, giving it the king's ring to play with. A raven who saw the glittering ring came flying and plucking it out of the child's hand, carried it up into a tree. The child suddenly began to cry, and the mother, hearing it, left her washing, and running to the child, forthwith missed the ring, but hearing the raven croak in the tree, she lifted up her eyes and saw it with the ring in its beak. The woman, in great terror, called her brother, and told him what had happened, adding that she durst not approach the king if the raven took away the ring. Gaspar, seizing his crossbow and quiver, ran to the tree, where the raven was yet with the ring, and discharged an arrow at it, but, being in a great hurry, he missed it. With his second shot he was more lucky, for he hit the raven in the breast, which, together with the ring, fell to the ground. Taking up the ring, they went on their way, and shortly arrived at Buda. One day, as the king was walking after dinner in his outer hall, the woman appeared before him with the child, and, showing him the ring, said, "Mighty lord, behold this token, and take pity upon me and your own son." King Sigmund took the child and kissed it, and, after a pause, said to the mother, "You have done right in bringing me the boy. I will take care of you, and make him a nobleman." The king was as good as his word. He provided for the mother, caused the boy to be instructed in knightly exercises, and made him a present of the town of Hunyad in Transylvania, on which account he was afterwards called Hunyadi, and gave him, as an armorial sign, a raven bearing a ring in his beak. Such, O young man of Horncastle, is the popular account of the birth of the great captain of Hungary, as related by Florentius of Buda. There are other accounts of his birth, which is, indeed, involved in much mystery, and of the reason of his being called Corvinus. But as this is the most pleasing, and is, upon the whole, founded on quite as good evidence as the others, I have selected it for recitation. Myself. I heartily thank you, but you must tell me something more of Hunyadi. You call him your great captain. What did he do? Hungarian. Do what no other man of his day could have done. He broke the power of the Turk when he was coming to overwhelm Europe. from the blows inflicted by Hunyadi, the Turk never thoroughly recovered. He has been frequently worsted in latter times, but none but Hunyadi could have routed the armies of Amurath and Mahomed II. Myself, how was it that he had an opportunity of displaying his military genius? Hungarian. I can hardly tell you, but his valor soon made him famous. King Albert made him Ban of Zorni. He became eventually Voivode of Transylvania and governor of Hungary. His first grand action was the defeat of Basha Isak, and though himself surprised and routed at St. Imre, he speedily regained his prestige by defeating the Turks with enormous slaughter, killing their leader, Mezherbek, and subsequently, at the Battle of the Iron Gates, he destroyed 90,000 Turks sent by Amurath to avenge the late disgrace. It was then that the Greeks called him Achilles. Myself, he was not always successful. Hungarian, who could be always successful against the early Turk? He was defeated in the battle in which King Vladislaus lost his life, but his victories outnumbered his defeats threefold. His grandest victory, perhaps the grandest ever achieved by man, was over the terrible Mahomed II, who, after the taking of Constantinople in 1453, said, "One God in heaven, one king on earth," and marched to besiege Belgrade at the head of 150,000 men, swearing by the beard of the prophet that he would sup within it ere 2 months were elapsed. He brought with him dogs to eat the bodies of the Christians whom he should take or slay. So says Florentius. Hear what he also says. The Turks sat down before the town towards the end of June 1454, covering the Dunau and Sava with ships, and on the 4th of July he began to cannonade Belgrade with cannons 25 feet long, whose roar could be heard at Szeged, a distance of 24 leagues, at which place Hunyadi had assembled his forces. Hunyadi had been able to raise only 15,000 of well-armed and disciplined men, though he had with him vast bands of people who called themselves soldiers of the cross, but who consisted of inexperienced lads from school, peasants, and hermits, armed with swords, slings, and clubs. Hunyadi, undismayed by the great disparity between his forces and those of the Turk, advanced to relieve Belgrade and encamped at Salenkimen with his army. There he saw at once that his first Pietikt, but his Panestulaikides, privately informed Silici, his wife's brother, who at that time defended Belgrade, that it was his intention to attack the ships of the Turks on the 14th day of July in front, and requested his cooperation in the rear. On the 14th came on the commencement of the great battle of Belgrade between Hunyadi and the Turk. Many days it lasted. Myself. Describe it. Hungarian. I cannot. One has described it well. Florentius of Buda. I can only repeat a few of his words. On the appointed day Hunyadi, with 200 vessels, attacked the Turkish flotilla in front, whilst Zalagi, with 40 vessels, filled with the men of Belgrade, assailed it in the rear. Striving for the same object, they sunk many of the Turkish vessels, captured 74, burnt many, and utterly annihilated the whole fleet. After this victory, Hunyadi, with his army, entered Belgrade to the great joy of the Magyars. But though the force of Mahomed upon the water was destroyed, that upon the land remained entire, and with this, during 6 days and nights, he attacked the city without intermission, destroying its walls in many parts. His last and most desperate assault was made on the 21st day of July. Twice did the Turks gain possession of the outer town, and twice was it retaken with indescribable slaughter. The next day the combat raged without ceasing till midday, when the Turks were again beaten out of the town and pursued by the Magyars to their camp. There the combat was renewed, both sides displaying the greatest obstinacy, until Mahomed received a great wound over his left eye. The Turks then, turning their faces, fled, leaving behind them 300 cannon in the hands of the Christians and more than 24,000 slain on the field of battle. Myself. After that battle, I suppose Hunyadi enjoyed his triumphs in peace? Hungarian. In the deepest, for he shortly died. His great soul quitted his body, which was exhausted by almost superhuman exertions, on the 11th of August, 1456. Shortly before he died, according to Florentius, a comet appeared, sent, as it would seem, to announce his coming end. The whole Christian world mourned his loss. The Pope ordered the cardinals to perform a funeral ceremony at Rome in his honor. His great enemy himself grieved for him and pronounced his finest eulogium. When Mahon II heard of his death, he struck his head for some time against the ground without speaking. Suddenly he broke silence with these words: "Notwithstanding he was my enemy, yet do I bewail his loss. Since the sun has shone in heaven, no prince had ever yet such a man." Myself. What was the name of his prince? Hungarian. Laszlo V, who, though under infinite obligations to Hunyadi, was anything but grateful to him, for he once consented to a plan which was laid to assassinate him, contrived by his mortal enemy Ulrich, Count of Silesia, and after Hunyadi's death caused his eldest son, Hunyadi Laszlo, to be executed on a false accusation, and imprisoned his younger son, Matthias, who, on the death of Laszlo, was elected by the Magyars to be their king, on the 24th of January, 1458. Myself. Was this Matthias a good king? Hungarian. Was Matthias Squarinus a good king? O young man of Horn Castle, he was the best and greatest that ever Hungary possessed, and, after his father, the most renowned warrior, some of our best laws were framed by him. It was he who organized the hussar force, and it was he who took Vienna. Why does your government always send fools to represent it at Vienna? Myself. I really cannot say, but with respect to the hussar force, is it of Hungarian origin? Hungarian. Its name shows its origin. Huz, in Hungarian, is 20, and the hussar force is so called because it is formed of 20s. A law was issued by which it was ordered that every Hungarian nobleman, out of every 20 dependents, should produce a well-equipped horseman, and with him proceed to the field of battle. Myself. Why did Matthias capture Vienna, Hungarian? Because the Emperor Frederick took part against him with the King of Poland, who claimed the kingdom of Hungary for his son, and had also assisted the Turk. He captured it in the year 1487, but did not survive his triumph long, expiring there in the year 1490. He was so voracious a man that it was said of him after his death, "Truth died with Matthias." It might be added that the glory of Hungary departed with him. I wish to say nothing more connected with Hungarian history. Myself. Another word. Did Matthias leave a son? Hungarian, a natural son, Hunyadi John, called so after the great man. He would have been universally acknowledged as King of Hungary, but for the illegitimacy of his birth. As it was, Ulaszlo, the son of the King of Poland, afterwards called Ulaszlo II, who claimed Hungary as being descended from Albert, was nominated king by a great majority of the Magyar electors. Hunyadi John for some time disputed the throne with him. There was some bloodshed, but Hunyadi John eventually submitted and became the faithful captain of Ulaszlo's, notwithstanding that the Turk offered to assist him with an army of 200,000 men. Myself. Go on. Hungarian. To what? Che Drak, to the Mohawk, Visheslamai. Ulaszlo left a son, Lajos II, born without skin, as it is said, certainly without a head. He, contrary to the advice of all his wise counselors, and amongst them was Batory Stephen, who became eventually King of Poland, engaged, with 25,000 men, at Mohacs, Solomon the Turk, who had an army of 200,000. Drak, the Magyars were annihilated. King Lajos disappeared with his heavy horse and armor in a bog. We call that battle, which was fought on the 29th of August, 1526, the destruction of Mohacs, but it was the destruction of Hungary. Myself. You have twice used the word Drak. What is the meaning of it? Is it Hungarian? Hungarian. No, it belongs to the Mad Wallachs. They are a nation of madmen on the other side of Transylvania. Their country was formerly a fief of Hungary, like Moldavia, which is inhabited by the same race, who speak the same language and are equally mad. Myself, what language do they speak? Hungarian, a strange mixture of Latin and Sclavonian, they themselves being a mixed race of Romans and Sclavonians. Trajan sent certain legions to form military colonies in Dacia, and the present Wallachs and Moldavians are, to a certain extent, the descendants of the Roman soldiers who married the women of the country. I say to a certain extent, for the Sclavonian element both in blood and language seems to prevail. Myself. And what is drak? Hungarian. Dragon, which the Wallachs use for devil. The term is curious, as it shows that the old Romans looked upon the dragon as an infernal being. Myself. You have been in Wallachia? Hungarian. I have, and glad I was to get out of it. I hate the mad Wallachs. Myself. Why do you call them mad? Hungarian. They are always drinking or talking. I never saw a Wallachian eating or silent. They talk like madmen and drink like madmen. In drinking they use small phials, the contents of which they pour down their throats. When I first went amongst them, I thought the whole nation was under a course of physic, but the terrible jabber of their tongues soon undeceived me. Drak was the first word I heard on entering Dacia, and the last when I left it. The Moldaves, if possible, drink more and talk more than the Wallachians. Myself, it is singular enough that the only Moldavian I have known could not speak. I suppose he was born dumb. Hungarian, a Moldavian born dumb. Excuse me, the thing is impossible. All Moldavians are born talking. I have known a Moldavian who could not speak, but he was not born dumb. His master, an Armenian, snicked off part of his tongue at Adrianople. He drove him mad with his jabber. He is now in London, where his master has a house. I have letters of credit on the house. The clerk paid me money in London. The master was absent. The money which you received for the horse belonged to that house. Myself. Another word with respect to Hungarian history. Hungarian, drak. I wish to say nothing more about Hungarian history. Myself. The Turk, I suppose, after Mohacs got possession of Hungary? Hungarian. Not exactly. The Turk, upon the whole, showed great moderation. Not so the Austrian. Ferdinand I claimed the crown of Hungary as being the cousin of Maria, widow of Lajos. He found too many disposed to support him. His claim, however, was resisted by Zapolia John, a Hungarian magnate who caused himself to be elected king. Hungary was for long time devastated by wars between the partisans of Zapolia and Ferdinand. At last Zapolia called in the Turk. Solomon behaved generously to him, and after his death befriended his young son and Isabella his queen. Eventually the Turks became masters of Transylvania and the greater part of Hungary. They were not bad masters, and had many friends in Hungary, especially amongst those of the Reformed faith, to which I have myself the honor of belonging. Those of the Reformed faith found the Mufti more tolerant than the Pope. Many Hungarians went with the Turks to the siege of Vienna, whilst Tekeli and his horsemen guarded Hungary for them. A gallant enterprise, that siege of Vienna, the last great effort of the Turk. It failed, and he speedily lost Hungary. But he did not sneak from Hungary like a frightened hound. His defense of Buda will not be soon forgotten, where Abdi Basha the governor died fighting like a lion in the breach. There's many a Hungarian would prefer Stamboul to Vienna. Why does your government always send fools to represent it at Vienna? Myself. I have already told you that I cannot say. What became of Tekeli? Hungarian. When Hungary was lost, he retired with the Turks into Turkey. Count Renancourt, in his memoirs, mentions having seen him at Adrianople. The Sultan, in consideration of the services which he had rendered to the Muslim in Hungary, made over the revenues of certain towns and districts for his subsistence. The count says that he always went armed to the teeth and was always attended by a young female dressed in male attire who had followed him in his wars and had more than once saved his life. His end is wrapped in mystery, whose greatest boast, next to being a Hungarian, is to be of his blood, know nothing of his end. Myself. Allow me to ask who you are. Hungarian. Agi Sigeni, Magyar Nemes Ember, a poor Hungarian nobleman, son of one yet poorer. I was born in Transylvania, not far to the west of Good. Kolospar. I served some time in the Austrian army as a noble hussar, but am now equerry to a great nobleman to whom I am distantly related. In his service I have traveled far and wide buying horses. I have been in Russia and in Turkey, and am now at Horncastle, where I have had the satisfaction to meet with you and to buy your horse, which is in truth a noble brute. Myself. For a soldier and equerry, you seem to know a great deal of the history of your country. Hungarian. All I know is derived from Florentius of Buda, whom we call Budai-Ferenc. He was professor of Greek and Latin at the Reformed College of Debrecen, where I was educated. He wrote a work entitled Magyar Polgári Lexicon, Lives of Great Hungarian Citizens. He was dead before I was born, but I found his book when I was a child in the solitary home of my father, which stood on the confines of a puszta, or wilderness, and that book I used to devour. In winter nights when the winds were whistling around the house, oh, how my blood used to glow at the descriptions of Magyar valor and likewise of Turkish, for Florentius has always done justice to the Turk. Many a passage similar to this have I got by heart. It is connected with a battle on the plain of Rigaud, which Hunyadi lost. The next day, which was Friday, as the two armies were drawn up in battle array, a Magyar hero riding forth galloped up and down, challenging the Turks to single combat. Then came out to meet him the son of a renowned bashaw of Asia. Rushing upon each other, both broke their lances, but the Magyar hero and his horse rolled over upon the ground, for the Turks had always the best horses. O young man of Horncastle, if ever you learn Hungarian, and learn it, assuredly you will, after what I have told you, read the book of Florentius of Buda, even if you go to Hungary to get it, for you will scarcely find it elsewhere, and even there with difficulty, for the book has been long out of print. It describes the actions of the great men of Hungary down to the middle of the 16th century, and besides being written in the purest Hungarian, has the merit of having for its author a professor of the Reformed College of Debrecen. Myself. I will go to Hungary rather than not read it. I am glad that the Turk beat the Magyar. When I used to read the ballads of Spain, I always sided with the Moor against the Christian. Hungarian. It was a drawn fight after all, for the terrible horse of the Turk presently flung his own master, whereupon the two champions returned to their respective armies. But in the grand conflict which ensued, the Turks beat the Magyars, pursuing them till night and striking them on the necks with their cimeters. The Turk is a noble fellow. I should wish to be a Turk were I not a Magyar. Myself. The Turk always keeps his word, I am told. Hungarian, which the Christian very seldom does, and even the Hungarian does not always. In 1444, Ulaszlo made, at Szeged, peace with Amurath for 10 years, which he swore with an oath to keep, but at the instigation of the Pope Julian he broke it, and induced his great captain, Hunyadi John, to share in the perjury. The consequence was the Battle of Varna of the 10th of November, in which Hunyadi was routed and Ulaszlo slain. Did you ever hear his epitaph? It is both solemn and edifying. Romuladi canis ego, Varnum clade notavi, dicite mortales non temera fidem, minisi pontifices decentrum para fides, non ferit Scythicum, pitnice ora jugum. Halloo! Said the jockey, starting up from a doze in which he had been indulging for the last hour, his head leaning upon his breast. What is that? That's not High Dutch. I bargained for High Dutch, and I left you speaking High Dutch, as it sounded very much like the language of horses, as I have been told High Dutch does. But as for what you are speaking now, whatever you may call it, it sounds more like the language of another kind of animal. I suppose you want to insult me, because I was once a dicky boy. Nothing of the kind, said I. The gentleman was making a quotation in Latin. Latin, was it? Said the jockey. That alters the case. Latin is genteel, and I have sent my eldest boy to an academy to learn it. Come, let us hear you fire away in Latin, he continued, proceeding to relight his pipe, which, before going to sleep, he had laid on the table. If you wish to follow the discourse in Latin, said the Hungarian, in very bad English, I can oblige you. I learned to speak very good Latin in the College of Debrecen. That's more, said I, than I have done in the colleges where I have been. In any little conversation which we may yet have, I wish you would use German. Well, said the jockey, taking a whiff, make your conversation as short as possible, whether in Latin or Dutch, for, to tell you the truth, I am rather tired of merely playing listener. You were saying you had been in Russia, said I. I believe the Russians are part of the Sclavonian race. Hungarian. Yes, part of the great Sclavonian family, one of the most numerous races in the world. The Russians themselves are very numerous. Would that the Magyars could boast of the fifth part of their number. Myself. What is the number of the Magyars? Hungarian. Barely 4 millions. We came a tribe of Tartars into Europe and settled down amongst Sclavonians, whom we conquered, but who never coalesced with us. The Austrian at present plays in Pannonia the Sclavonian against us, and us against the Sclavonian. But the downfall of the Austrian is at hand. They, like us, are not a numerous people. Myself. Who will bring about his downfall? Hungarian. The Russians. The Rishentsudaya Tsar will lead his people forth. All the Sclavonians will join him. He will conquer all before him. Myself. Are the Russians good soldiers? Hungarian. They are stubborn and unflinching to an astonishing degree, and their fidelity to their Tsar is quite admirable. See how the Russians behaved at Ploskova, in Livonia, in the old time, against our great Batory Stephen. They defended the place till it was a heap of rubbish, and mark how they behaved after. They had been made prisoners. Stephen offered them 2 alternatives: to enter into his service, in which they would have good pay, clothing, and fair treatment, or to be allowed to return to Russia. Without the slightest hesitation, they, to a man, chose the latter, though well aware that their beloved Tsar, the cruel Ivan Basilowitz, would put them all to death, amidst tortures the most horrible, for not doing what was impossible, preserving the town. Myself. You speak Russian? Hungarian, a little. I was born in the vicinity of a Sclavonian tribe. The servants of our house were Sclavonians, and I early acquired something of their language, which differs not much from that of Russia. When in that country, I quickly understood what was said. Myself. Have the Russians any literature? Hungarian. Doubtless, but I am not acquainted with it, as I do not read their language. But I know something of their popular tales, to which I used to listen in their izbushkas. A principal personage in these is a creation quite original called Baba Yaga. Myself. Who is the Baba Yaga? Hungarian. A female phantom who is described as hurrying along the pusta, or steppe, in a mortar, pounding with a pestle at a tremendous rate, and leaving a long trace on the ground behind her, with her tongue, which is 3 yards long, and with which she seizes any men and horses coming in her way, swallowing them down into her capacious belly. She has several daughters, very handsome, and with plenty of money. Happy the young mujik who catches and marries one of them, for they make excellent wives. Many thanks, said I, for the information you have afforded me. This is rather poor wine, I observed as I poured out a glass. I suppose you have better wine in Hungary? Yes, we have better wine in Hungary. First of all, there is Tokay, the most celebrated in the world, though I confess I prefer the wine of Ager. Tokay is too sweet. Have you ever been at Tokay? I have, said the Hungarian. What kind of place is Tokay? A small town situated on the Tisza, a rapid river descending from the north. The Tokay mountain is just behind the town, which stands on the right bank. The top of the mountain is called Kolpak's Tito, or the bald tip. The hill is so steep that during thunderstorms, pieces frequently fall down upon the roofs of the houses. It was planted with vines by King Lajos, who ascended the throne in 1342. The best wine called Tokay is, however, not made at Tokay, but at Kassau, 2 leagues farther into the Carpathians, of which Tokay is a spur. If you wish to drink the best Tokay, you must go to Vienna, to which place all the prime is sent. For the 3rd time I ask you, O young man of Horncastle, why does your government always send fools to represent it at Vienna? And for the 3rd time I tell you, O son of Almas, that I cannot say. Perhaps, however, to drink the sweet Tokay wine. Fools, you know, always like sweet things. Good, said the Hungarian. It must be so, and when I return to Hungary, I will state to my countrymen your explanation of a circumstance which has frequently caused them great perplexity. Oh, the English are a clever people, and have a deep meaning in all they do. What a vision of deep policy opens itself to my view. They do not send their fool to Vienna in order to gape at processions and to bow and scrape at a base Papist court, but to drink at the great dinners, the celebrated Tokay of Hungary, which the Hungarians, though they do not drink it, are very proud of, and by doing so to intimate the sympathy which the English entertain for their fellow religionists of Hungary. Oh, the English are a deep people. Chapter 40. The Horncastle Welcome. The Zernebach and Bielebach. The pipe of the Hungarian had, for some time past, exhibited considerable symptoms of exhaustion, little or no ruddling having been heard in the tube, and scarcely a particle of smoke, drawn through the siphon, having been emitted from the lips of the possessor. He now rose from his seat, and going to a corner of the room, placed his pipe against the wall. Then striding up and down the room, he cracked his fingers several times, exclaiming, in a half-musing manner, "Oh, the deep nation, which, in order to display its sympathy for Hungary, sends its fool to Vienna to drink the sweet wine of Tokay." The jockey, having looked for some time at the tall figure with evident approbation, winked at me with that brilliant eye of his, on which there was no speck, saying, "Did you ever see a taller fellow?" "Never," said I. "Or a finer?" "That's another question," said I, "which I am not so willing to answer. However, as I am fond of truth, and scorn to flatter, I will take the liberty of saying that I have seen a finer." "A finer? Where?" said the jockey. Whilst the Hungarian, who appeared to understand what we said, stood still and looked full at me. "Amongst a strange set of people," said I, "whom, if I were to name, you would, I dare say, only laugh at me." "Who be they?" said the jockey. "Come, don't be ashamed. I have occasionally kept queerish company myself." "The people whom we call gypsies," said I, "whom the Germans call Zigeuner, and who call themselves Romani Chows." "Zigeuner," said the Hungarian, "by Easton. I do know those people." "Romani Chows," said the jockey. "Hugh, I begin to smell a rat." "What do you mean by smelling a rat?" said I. "I'll bet a crown," said the jockey, "that you be the young chap what certain folks call the Romany Rye." "Ah," said I, "how came you to know that name? Be not you he?" said the jockey. "Why, I certainly have been called by that name." "I could have sworn it," said the jockey. Then rising from his chair, he laid his pipe on the table, took a large handbell which stood on the sideboard, and going to the door, opened it and commenced ringing in a most tremendous manner on the staircase. The noise presently brought up a waiter, to whom the jockey vociferated, Go to your master and tell him to send immediately 3 bottles of champagne, of the pink kind, mind you, which is 12 guineas a dozen." The waiter hurried away, and the jockey resumed his seat and his pipe. I sat in silent astonishment until the waiter returned with a basket containing the wine, which, with 3 long glasses, he placed on the table. The jockey then got up, and going to a large bow window at the end of the room, which looked into a courtyard, peeped out, then saying, "The coast is clear," he shut down the principal sash, which was open for the sake of the air, and taking up a bottle of champagne, he placed another in the hands of the Hungarian, to whom he said something in private. The latter, who seemed to understand him, answered by a nod. The two then going to the end of the table fronting the window, and about 8 paces from it, stood before it, holding the bottles by their necks. Suddenly the jockey lifted up his arm. "Surely," said I, "you are not mad enough to fling that bottle through the window. Here's to the Romany Rye, here's to the—" "Sweet master," said the jockey, dashing the bottle through the pane in so neat a manner that scarcely a particle of glass fell into the room. "Elren Edis, Zegani Elren Gol Array," said the Hungarian, swinging round his bottle and discharging it at the window. But, either not possessing the jockey's accuracy of aim, or reckless of the consequences, he flung his bottle so that it struck against part of the wooden setting of the panes, breaking along with the wood and itself 3 or 4 panes to pieces. The crash was horrid, and wine and particles of glass flew back into the room, to the no small danger of its inmates. "What do you think of that?" said the jockey. "Were you ever so honored before?" "Honored," said I. "God preserve me in future from such honor," and I put my finger to my cheek, which was slightly hurt by a particle of the glass. "That's the way we of the Colfrady honor great men at Horncastle," said the jockey. "What, you are hurt? Never mind, all the better. Your scratch shows that you are the body the compliment was paid to. And what are you going to do?" "With the other bottle?" said I. "Do with it," said the jockey. "Why, drink it cosily and comfortably whilst holding a little quiet talk. The Romany Rye at Horncastle, what an idea! And what will the master of the house say to all this damage which you have caused him? What will your master say, William?" said the jockey to the waiter, who had witnessed the singular scene just described without exhibiting the slightest mark of surprise. William smiled, and slightly shrugging his shoulders, replied, "Very little, I dare say, sir. Disn't it the first time your honor has done a thing of this kind?" "Nor will it be the first time that I shall have paid for it," said the jockey. "Well, I shall never have paid for a certain item in the bill with more pleasure than I shall pay for it now. Come, William, draw the cork, and let us taste the pink champagne." The waiter drew the cork and filled the glasses with a pinky liquor, which bubbled, hissed, and foamed. "How do you like it?" said the jockey, after I had imitated the example of my companions by dispatching my portion at a draught. "It is wonderful wine," said I. "I have never tasted champagne before, though I have frequently heard it praised. It more than answers my expectations. But, I confess, I should not wish to be obliged to drink it every day." "Nor I," said the jockey. "For every day drinking, give me a glass of old port." "Or of hard old ale," I interposed, "which, according to my mind, is better than all the wine in the world." "Well said, Romany Rye," said the jockey. "Just my own opinion. Now, William, make yourself scarce." The waiter withdrew, and I said to the jockey, "How did you become acquainted with the Romany chals?" "I first became acquainted with them," said the jockey, "when I lived with old Fulcher the basket maker, who took me up when I was adrift upon the world. I do not mean the present Fulcher, who was likewise called old Fulcher, but his father, who has been dead this many a year. While living with him in the caravan, I frequently met them in the green lanes, and of latter years I have had occasional dealings with them in the horse line." "And the gypsies have mentioned me to you?" said I. "Frequently," said the jockey, and not only those of these parts. Why, there's scarcely a part of England in which I have not heard the name of the Romany Rye mentioned by these people. The power you have over them is wonderful. That is, I should have thought it wonderful, had they not more than once told me. The cause. And what is the cause? Said I, for I am sure I do not know. The cause is this, said the jockey. They never heard a bad word proceed from your mouth, and never knew you do a bad thing. They are a singular people, said I. And what a singular language they have got, said the jockey. Do you know it? Said I. Only a few words, said the jockey. They were always chary in teaching me any. They were very chary to me too, said the Hungarian, speaking in broken English. I only could learn from them half a dozen words, for example, gul array, which, in the zigony of my country, means sweet gentleman, or ides, you're in my own Magyar. Gudlo rye, in the Romany of mine, means a sugar gentleman, said I. Then there are gypsies in your country? Plenty, said the Hungarian, speaking German, and in Russia and Turkey too, and wherever they are found, they are alike in their ways and language. Oh, they are a strange race, and how little known. I know little of them, but enough to say that one horse-load of nonsense has been written about them. There is one Walter Scott. Mind what you say about him, said I. He is our grand authority in matters of philology and history. A pretty philologist, said the Hungarian, who makes the gypsies speak Roth. Welsh, the dialect of thieves, a pretty historian who couples together Thor and Dzernabach. Where does he do that? Said I. In his conceited romance of Ivanhoe, he couples Thor and Dzernabach together and calls them gods of the heathen Saxons. Well, said I, Thor was certainly a god of the heathen Saxons. True, said the Hungarian. But why couple him with Dzernabach? The Dzernabach was a word which your Walter had picked up somewhere without knowing the meaning. Dzernabach was no god of the Saxons, but one of the gods of the Sclaves, on the southern side of the Baltic. The Sclaves had two grand gods to whom they sacrificed, the Dzernabach and Bialabach, that is, the black and white gods who represented the powers of dark and light. They were overturned by Waldemar the Dane, the great enemy of the Sclaves, the account of whose wars you will find in one fine old book, written by Saxo Grammaticus, which I read in the library of the College of Debrecen. The Sclaves at one time were masters of all the southern shore of the Baltic, where their descendants are still to be found, though they have lost their language and call themselves Germans, but the word Czernowitz, near Danzig, still attests that the Sclavic language was once common in those parts. Czernowitz means the thing of blackness, as Czernobach means the god of blackness. Prussia itself merely means, in Sclavish, Lower Russia. There is scarcely a race or language in the world more extended than the Squabic. On the other side of the Donau you will find the Sclaves and their language. Chernovoda is Slavic and means black water. In Turkish, Karasu, even as Tzernabach means black god. And Belgrade, or Belograd, means the white town, even as Bialabach or Bialabach means the white god. Oh, he is one great ignorant, that Walter. He is going, they say, to write one history about Napoleon. I do hope that in his history he will couple his Thor and his Czernobach together. By my God, it would be good diversion that. Walter Scott appears to be no particular favorite of yours, said I. He is not, said the Hungarian. I hate him for his slavish principles. He wishes to see absolute power restored in this country, and popery also, and I hate him because what do you think? In one of his novels, published a few months ago, he has the insolence to insult Hungary in the presence of one of her sons. He makes his great braggart, Coeur de Lion, fling a Magyar over his head. Ha! It was well for Richard that he never felt the gripe of a Hungarian. I wish the braggart could have felt the gripe of me, who am a Magyarok caused lekesebb, the least among the Magyars. I do hate that Scot and all his vile gang of Lowlanders and Highlanders. The Black Corps, the Thekati regiment of Matishas Hunyadi, was worth all the Scots, high or low, that ever pretended to be soldiers, and would have sent them all headlong into the Black Sea had they dared to confront it on its shores. But why be angry with an ignorant who couples together Thor and Zernebok? Ha! Ha! You have read his novels? Said I. Yes, I read them now and then. I do not speak much English, but I can read it well, and I have read some of his romances, and mean to read his Napoleon in the hope of finding Thor and Zemoket coupled together in it, as in his high-flying Ivanhoe. Come, said the jockey, no more Dutch, whether high or low. I am tired of it. Unless we can have some English, I am off to bed. I should be very glad to hear some English, said I, especially from your mouth. Several things which you have mentioned have awakened my curiosity. Suppose you give us your history. My history, said the jockey. A rum idea, however, lest conversation should lag, I'll give it you. First of all, however, a glass of champagne to each. After we had each taken a glass of champagne, the jockey commenced his history. Chapter 41. The Jockey's Tale. These Latin liberties with coin, the smasher in prison, old Fulcher, every one has his gift. Fashion of the English. I here interrupted the jockey by observing that his discourse was, for the greater part, unintelligible to me. I do not understand much English, said the Hungarian, who, having replenished and resumed his mighty pipe, was now smoking away, but by Easton, I believe it is the gibberish which that great ignorant Balther Scott puts into the mouths of the folks he calls gypsies. Something like it, I confess, said I, though this sounds more genuine than his dialect, which he picked up out of the canting vocabulary at the end of the English Rogue, a book which, however despised, was written by a remarkable genius. What do you call the speech you were using? Said I, addressing myself to the jockey. Latin, said the jockey very coolly, that is, that dialect of it which is used by the light-fingered gentry. He is right, said the Hungarian. It is what the Germans call Rothwelsh. They call it so, because there are a great many Latin words in it, introduced by the priests, who at the time of the Reformation, being too lazy to work and too stupid to preach, joined the bands of thieves and robbers who prowled about the country. Italy, as you are aware, is called by the Germans Welschland, or the land of the Welshers, and I may add that Wallachia derives its name from a colony of Welshers which Trajan sent there, Welsh and Wallach being one and the same word, and tantamount to Latin. I dare say you are right, said I, but why was Italy termed Welschland? I do not know, said the Hungarian. Then I think I can tell you, said I. It was called so because the original inhabitants were a Sembric tribe who were called Gwiltiad, that is, a race of wild people living in coverts, who were of the same blood and spoke the same language as the present inhabitants of Wales. Welsh seems merely a modification of Gwiltiad. Pray continue your history, said I to the jockey. Only please to do so in a language which we can understand, and first of all interpret the sentence with which you began it. I told you that my grandfather was a shorter, said the jockey, by which is meant a gentleman who shortens or reduces the current coin of these realms, for which practice he was scragged, that is, hung by the scrag of the neck. And when I said that my father was a smasher, I meant one who passes forged notes, thereby doing his best to smash the Bank of England. By being lagged, I meant he was laid fast, that is, had a chain put round his leg and then transported. Your explanations are quite satisfactory, said I. The three first words are metaphorical, and the fourth, lagged, is the old genuine Norse term, lagda, which signifies laid, whether in durance or in bed, has nothing to do with the matter. What you have told me confirms me in an opinion which I have long entertained, that thieves' Latin is a strange, mysterious speech formed of metaphorical terms and words derived from the various ancient languages. Pray tell me now how the gentleman, your grandfather, contrived to shorten the coin of these realms. You shall hear, said the jockey, but I have one thing to beg of you, which is, that when I have once begun my history, you will not interrupt me with questions. I don't like them. They stops one, and puts one out of one's tale, and are not wanted. For anything which I think can't be understood, I should myself explain without being asked. My grandfather reduced or shortened the coin of this country by 3 processes: by aquafortis, by clipping, and by filing. Filing and clipping he employed in reducing all sorts of coin, whether gold or silver, but aquafortis he used merely in reducing gold coin, whether guineas, Jacobuses, or Portugal pieces, otherwise called moidories, which were at one time as current as guineas. By laying a guinea in aquafortis for 12 hours, he could filch from it to the value of 9 pence, and by letting it remain there for 24 to the value of 18 pence, the aquafortis eating the gold away and leaving it like a sediment in the vessel. He was generally satisfied with taking the value of 9 pence from a guinea, of 18 pence from a Jacobus or moidor, or half a crown from a broad Spanish piece, whether he reduced them by aquafortis, filing, or clipping. From a 5-shilling piece, which is called a bull in Latin because it is round like a bull's head, he would file or clip to the value of 5 pence, and from lesser coin in proportion. He was connected with a numerous gang, or set, of people who had given up their minds and talents entirely to shortening. Here I interrupted the jockey. How singular, said I, is the fall and debasement of words. You talk of a gang, or set, of shorters. You are, perhaps, not aware that gang and set were, 1,000 years ago, only connected with the great and divine. They are ancient Norse words, which may be found in the heroic poems of the North and in the Edda, a collection of mythologic and heroic songs. In these poems we read that such and such a king invaded Norway with a gang of heroes, or so-and-so, for example, Eric Blood Axe was admitted to the set of gods, but at present, gang and set are merely applied to the vilest of the vile, and the lowest of the low. We say a gang of thieves and shorters, or a set of authors. How touching is this debasement of words in the course of time! It puts me in mind of the decay of old houses and names. I have known a Mortimer, who was a hedger and ditcher, a Berners who was born in a workhouse, and a descendant of the De Burrs, who bore the falcon, mending old kettles and making horse and pony shoes in a dingle. Odd enough, said the jockey. But you were saying you knew one. Berners, man or woman? I would ask. A woman, said I. What might her Christian name be? Said the jockey. It is not to be mentioned lightly, said I with a sigh. I shouldn't wonder if it were Isabel, said the jockey with an arch glance of his one brilliant eye. It was Isabel, said I. Did you know Isabel Berners? Aye, and have reason to know her, said the jockey, putting his hand into his left waistcoat pocket as if to feel for something, for she gave me what I believe few men could do, a most confounded whopping. But now, Mr. Romany Rye, I have again to tell you that I don't like to be interrupted when I'm speaking, and to add that if you break in upon me a 3rd time, you and I shall quarrel. Pray proceed with your story, said I. I will not interrupt you again. Good, said the jockey. Where was I? Oh, with a set of people who had given up their minds to shortening. Reducing the coin, though rather a lucrative, was a very dangerous trade. Coin filed felt rough to the touch. Coin clipped could be easily detected by the eye, and as for coin reduced by aquafortis, it was generally so discolored that, unless a great deal of pains was used to polish it, people were apt to stare at it in a strange manner, and to say, "What have they been doing to this here gold?" My grandfather, as I've said before, was connected with a gang of shorters, and sometimes shortened money, and at other times passed off what had been shortened by other gentry. passing off would have been shortened by others was his ruin. For once, in trying to pass off a broad piece which had been laid in aquafortis for 4 and 20 hours, and was very black, not having been properly rectified, he was stopped and searched, and other reduced coins being found about him, and in his lodgings, he was committed to prison, tried and executed. He was offered his life, provided he would betray his comrades, but he told the big wigs, who wanted him to do so, that he would see them farther first, and died at Tyburn, amidst the cheers of the populace, leaving my grandmother and father, to whom he had always been a kind husband and parent, for, setting aside the crime for which he suffered, he was a moral man, leaving them, I say, to bewail his irreparable loss. 'Tis said that misfortune never comes alone. This is, however, not always the case. Shortly after my grandfather's misfortune, as my grandmother and her son were living in great misery in Spitalfields, her only relation, a brother from whom she had been estranged some years, on account of her marriage with my grandfather, who had been in an inferior station to herself, died, leaving all his property to her and the child. This property consisted of a farm of about 100 acres, with its stock and some money besides. My grandmother, who knew something of business, instantly went into the country where she farmed the property for her own benefit and that of her son, to whom she gave an education suitable to a person in his condition till he was old enough to manage the farm himself. Shortly after the young man came of age, my grandmother died, and my father, in about a year, married the daughter of a farmer, from whom he expected some little fortune, but who very much deceived him, becoming a bankrupt almost immediately after the marriage of his daughter, and himself and family going into the workhouse. My mother, however, made my father an excellent wife, and if my father in the long run did not do well, it was no fault of hers. My father was not a bad man by nature. He was of an easy, generous temper, the most unfortunate temper, by the by, for success in this life that any person can be possessed of, as those who have it are almost sure to be made dupes of by the designing. But, though easy and generous, he was anything but a fool. He had a quick and witty tongue of his own when he chose to exert it, and woe be to those who insulted him openly, for there was not a better boxer in the whole country round. My parents were married several years before I came into the world, who was their first and only child. I may be called an unfortunate creature. I was born with this beam or scale on my left eye, which does not allow me to see with it, and though I can see tolerably sharply with the other, indeed more than most people can with both of theirs, it is a great misfortune not to have two eyes like other people. Moreover, setting aside the affair of my eye, I had a very ugly countenance, my mouth being slightly wrung aside, and my complexion swarthy. In fact, I looked so queer that the gossips and neighbors, when they first saw me, swore I was a changeling. Perhaps it would have been well if I had never been born. For my poor father, who had been particularly anxious to have a son, no sooner saw me than he turned away, went to the neighboring town, and did not return for 2 days. I am by no means certain that I was not the cause of his ruin, for till I came into the world he was fond of his home, and attended much to business, but afterwards he went frequently into company, and did not seem to care much about his affairs. He was, however, a kind man, and when his wife gave him advice, never struck her, nor do I ever remember that he kicked me when I came in his way, or so much as cursed my ugly face, though it was easy to see that he didn't overlike me. When I was 6 years old, I was sent to the village school, where I was soon booked for a dunce, because the master found it impossible to teach me either to read or write. Before I had been at school 2 years, however, I had beaten boys 4 years older than myself, and could fling a stone with my left hand, for if I am right-eyed, I am left-handed higher and farther than anyone in the parish. Moreover, no boy could equal me at riding, and no people ride so well or desperately as boys. I could ride a donkey, a thing far more difficult to ride than a horse at full gallop over hedges and ditches, seated, or rather floating upon his hinder part, so, though anything but clever, as this here Romany Rye would say, I was yet able to do things which few other people could do. By the time I was 10, my father's affairs had gotten to a very desperate condition, for he had taken to gambling and horse racing and, being unsuccessful, had sold his stock, mortgaged his estate, and incurred very serious debts. The upshot was that within a little time all he had was seized, himself imprisoned, and my mother and myself put into a cottage belonging to the parish, which, being very cold and damp, was the cause of her catching a fever, which speedily carried her off. I was then bound apprentice to a farmer, in whose service I underwent much coarse treatment, cold and hunger. After lying in prison near 2 years, my father was liberated by an act for the benefit of insolvent debtors. He was then lost sight of for some time. At last, however, he made his appearance in the neighborhood dressed like a gentleman and seemingly possessed of plenty of money. He came to see me, took me into a field, and asked me how I was getting on. I told him I was dreadfully used, and begged him to take me away with him. He refused, and told me to be satisfied with my condition, for that he could do nothing for me. I had a great love for my father, and likewise a great admiration for him on account of his character as a boxer, the only character which boys in general regard, so I wished much to be with him. Independently of the dog's life I was leading where I was, I therefore said if he would not take me with him, I would follow him. He replied that I must do no such thing, for that if I did it would be my ruin. I asked him what he meant, but he made no reply, only saying that he would go and speak to the farmer. Then taking me with him, he went to the farmer, and in a very civil manner said that he understood I had not been very kindly treated by him, but he hoped that in future I should be used better. The farmer answered in a surly tone that I had been only too well treated, for that I was a worthless young scoundrel. High words ensued, and the farmer, forgetting the kind of man he had to deal with, checked him with my grandsire's misfortune, and said he deserved to be hanged like his father. In a moment my father knocked him down and on. His getting up gave him a terrible beating, then taking me by the hand he hastened away. As we were going down a lane, he said we were now both done for. "I don't care a straw for that, father," said I, "provided I be with you." My father took me to the yard of a small inn. He ordered out a pony and light cart which belonged to him. Then paying his bill, he told me to mount upon the seat, and getting up, drove away like lightning. We drove for at least 6 hours without stopping, till we came to a cottage by the side of a heath. We put the pony and cart into a shed, and went into the cottage, my father unlocking the door with a key which he took out of his pocket. There was nobody in the cottage when we arrived. Was shortly after the people were companions of my father. My father began talking to them in Latin, but I did not understand much of the discourse, though I believe it was about myself, as their eyes were frequently turned to me. Some objections appeared to be made to what he said. However, all at last seemed to be settled, and we all sat down to some food. After that, all the people got up and went away, with the exception of the woman, who remained with my father and me. The next day my father also departed, leaving me with the woman, telling me before he went that she would teach me some things which it behoved me to know. I remained with her in the cottage upwards of a week, several of those who had been there coming and going. The woman, after making me take an oath to be faithful, told me that the people whom I had seen were a gang who got their livelihood by passing forged notes, and that my father was a principal man amongst them, adding that I must do my best to assist them. I was a poor, ignorant child at that time, and I made no objection, thinking that whatever my father did must be right. The woman then gave me some instructions in the smasher's dialect of the Latin language. I made great progress, because for the first time in my life I paid great attention to my lessons. At last my father returned, and after some conversation with the woman, took me away in his cart. I shall be very short about what happened to my father and myself during 2 years. My father did his best to smash the Bank of England by passing forged notes, and I did my best to assist him. We attended races and fairs in all kinds of disguises. My father was a first-rate hand at a disguise, and could appear of all ages, from 20 to 80. He was, however, grabbed at last. He had said, as I have told you, that he should be my ruin, but I was the cause of his, and all owing to the misfortune of this here eye of mine. We came to this very place of Horncastle, where my father purchased 2 horses of a young man, paying for them with 3 forged notes, purporting to be Bank of Englanders of £50 each, and got the young man to change another of the like amount. He at that time appeared as a respectable dealer, and I as his son, as I really was. As soon as we had got the horses, we conveyed them to one of the places of call belonging to our gang, of which there were several. There they were delivered into the hands of our companions, who speedily sold them in a distant part of the country. The sum which they fetched for the gang kept very regular accounts, formed an important item on the next day of sharing, of which there were 12 in the year. The young man, whom my father had paid for the horses with his smashing notes, was soon in trouble about them, and ran some risk, as I heard, of being executed. But he bore a good character, told a plain story, and above all, had friends, and was admitted to bail. To one of his friends he described my father and myself. This person happened to be at an inn in Yorkshire, where my father, disguised as a Quaker, attempted to pass a forged note. The note was shown to this individual, who pronounced it a forgery, it being exactly similar to those for which the young man had been in trouble, and which he had seen. My father, however, being supposed a respectable man, because he was dressed as a Quaker, the very reason, by the by, why anybody who knew aught of the Quakers would have suspected him to be a rogue would have been let go had I not made my appearance, dressed as his footboy. The friend of the young man looked at my eye, and seized hold of my father, who made a desperate resistance, I assisting him, as in duty bound. Being, however, overpowered by numbers, he bade me by a look, and a word or two in Latin, to make myself scarce. Though my heart was fit to break, I obeyed my father, who was speedily committed. I followed him to the county town in which he was lodged, where shortly after I saw him tried, convicted, and condemned. I then, having made friends with the jailer's wife, visited him in his cell, where I found him very much cast down. He said that my mother had appeared to him in a dream and talked to him about a resurrection and Christ Jesus. There was a Bible before him, and he told me the chaplain had just been praying with him. He reproached himself much, saying he was afraid he had been my ruin by teaching me bad habits. I told him not to say any such thing, for that I had been the cause of his, owing to the misfortune of my eye. He begged me to give over all unlawful pursuits, saying that if persisted in, they were sure of bringing a person to destruction. I advised him to try and make his escape, proposing that when the turnkey came to let me out, he should knock him down and fight his way out, offering to assist him, showing him a small saw, with which one of our companions, who was in the neighborhood, had provided me, and with which he could have cut through his fetters in 5 minutes. But he told me he had no wish to escape, and was quite willing to die. I was rather hard at that time, I am not very soft now, and I felt rather ashamed of my father's want of what I called spirit. He was not executed after all, for the chaplain, who was connected with a great family, stood his friend and got his sentence commuted, as they call it, to transportation. And in order to make the matter easy, he induced my father to make some valuable disclosures with respect to the smasher's system. I confess that I would have been hanged before I would have done so, after having reaped the profit of it. That is, I think so now, seated comfortably in my inn, with my bottle of champagne before me. He, however, did not show himself carrion. He would not betray his companions, who had behaved very handsomely to him, having given the son of a lord, a great barrister, not 100 pound forged bill, but 100 hard guineas, to plead his cause, and another 10 to induce him, after pleading, to put his hand to his breast, and say that, upon his honor, he believed the prisoner at the bar to be an honest and injured man. No, I am glad to be able to say that my father did not show himself exactly carrion, though I could almost have wished he had let himself. However, I am here with my bottle of champagne and the Romany Rye, and he was in his cell, with bread and water and the prison chaplain. He took an affectionate leave of me before he was sent away, giving me 3 out of 5 guineas, all the money he had left. He was a kind man, but not exactly fitted to fill my grandfather's shoes. I afterwards learned that he died of fever as he was being carried across the sea. During the sizes I had made acquaintance with old Fulcher. I was in the town on my father's account, and he was there on his son's, who, having committed a small larceny, was in trouble. Young Fulcher, however, unlike my father, got off, though he did not give the son of a lord 100 guineas to speak for him, and 10 more to pledge his sacred honor for his honesty, but gave Councillor P 1 shillings to defend him, who so frightened the principal evidence, a plain honest farming man, that he flatly contradicted what he had first said, and at last acknowledged himself to be all the rogues in the world, and, amongst other things, a perjured villain, old Fulcher, before he left the town with his son. And here it will be well to say that he and his son left it in a kind of triumph, the bass drummer of the militia regiment, to whom they had given half a crown, beating his drum before them. Old Fulcher, I say, asked me to go and visit him, telling me where, at such a time, I might find him and his caravan and family, offering, if I thought fit, to teach me basket-making. So, after my fond up old Fulcher, and became his apprentice, I went and found the basket-making line. I stayed with him till the time of his death, which happened in about 3 months, traveling about with him and his family, and living in green lanes, where we saw gypsies and trabbers, and all kinds of strange characters. Old Fulcher, besides being an industrious basket-maker, was an out-and-out thief, as was also his son, and, indeed, every member of his family. They used to make baskets during the day, and thieve during a great part of the night. I had not been with them 12 hours before old Fulcher told me that I must thieve as well as the rest. I demurred at first, for I remembered the fate of my father and what he had told me about leaving off bad courses, but soon allowed myself to be over-persuaded, more especially as the first robbery I was asked to do was a fruit robbery. I was to go with young Fulcher and steal some fine morel cherries, which grew against a wall in a gentleman's garden. So young Fulcher and I went and stole the cherries, 1/2 of which we ate, and gave the rest to the old man, who sold them to a fruiterer 10 miles off from the place where we had stolen them. The next night old Fulcher took me out with himself. He was a great thief, though in a small way. He used to say that they were fools, who did not always manage to keep the rope below their shoulders, by which he meant that it was not advisable to commit a robbery or do anything which could bring you to the gallows. He was all for petty larceny, and knew where to put his hand upon any little thing in England which it was possible to steal. I submit it to the better judgment of the Romany Rye, who I see is a great hand for words and names, whether he ought not to have been called Old Filcher instead of Fulcher. I shan't give a regular account of the larcenies he committed during the short time I knew him, either alone by himself or with me and his son. I shall merely relate the last. A melancholy gentleman, who lived a very solitary life, had a large carp in a shady pond in a meadow close to his house. He was exceedingly fond of it, and used to feed it with his own hand, the creature being so tame that it would put its snout out of the water to be fed when it was whistled to. Feeding and looking at his carp were the only pleasures the poor melancholy gentleman possessed. Old Fulcher being in the neighborhood, and having an order from a fishmonger for a large fish, which was wanted at a great city dinner, at which his Majesty was to be present, swore he would steal the carp, and asked me to go with him. I had heard of the gentleman's fondness for his creature, and begged him to let it be, advising him to go and steal some other fish. But old Fulcher swore and said he would have the carp, although its master should hang himself. I told him he might go by himself, but he took his son and stole the carp, which weighed 17 pounds. Old Fulcher got 30 shillings for the carp, which I afterwards heard was much admired and relished by his majesty. The master, however, of the carp, on losing his favorite, became more melancholy than ever, and in a little time hanged himself. What sport for one, is death to another, I once heard at the village school, read out of a copybook. This was the last larceny old Fulcher ever committed. He could keep his neck always out of the noose, but he could not always keep his leg out of the trap. A few nights after, having removed to a distance, he went to an osier car in order to steal some osiers for his basket making, for he never bought any. I followed a little way behind. Old Fulcher had frequently stolen osiers out of the car whilst in the neighborhood, but during his absence the property of which the car was a part had been let to a young gentleman, a great hand for preserving game. Old Fulcher had not got far into the car before he put his foot into a man-trap. Hearing old Fulcher shriek, I ran up and found him in a dreadful condition. Putting a large stick which I carried into the jaws of the trap, I contrived to prise them open and get old Fulcher's leg out, but the leg was broken. So I ran to the caravan and told young Fulcher of what had happened, and he and I helped his father home. A doctor was sent for, who said that it was necessary to take the leg off, but old Fulcher, being very much afraid of pain, said it should not be taken off, and the doctor went away. But after some days old Fulcher, becoming worse, ordered the doctor to be sent for, who came and took off his leg, but it was then too late. Mortification had come on, and in a little time old Fulcher died. Thus perished old Fulcher. He was succeeded in his business by his son, young Fulcher, who, immediately after the death of his father, was called old Fulcher, it being our English custom to call everybody old, as soon as their fathers are buried. Young Fulcher, I mean he who had been called young but was now old Fulcher, wanted me to go out and commit larcenies with him. But I told him that I would have nothing more to do with thieving, having seen the ill effects of it, and that I should leave them in the morning. Old Fulcher begged me to think better of it, and his mother joined with him. They offered, if I would stay, to give me Mary Fulcher as a mort, till she and I were old enough to be regularly married, she being the daughter of the one, and the sister of the other. I liked the girl very well, for she had always been civil to me, and had a fair complexion and nice red hair, both of which I like, being a bit of a black myself. But I refused, being determined to see something more of the world than I could hope to do with the Fulchers, and, moreover, to live honestly, which I could never do along with them. So the next morning I left them. I was, as I said before, quite determined upon an honest livelihood, and I soon found one. He is a great fool who is ever dishonest in England. Any person who has any natural gift, and everybody has some natural gift, is sure of finding encouragement in this noble country of ours, provided he will but exhibit it. I had not walked more than 3 miles before I came to a wonderfully high church steeple which stood close by the road. I looked at the steeple, and going to a heap of smooth pebbles which lay by the roadside, I took up some, and then went into the churchyard, and placing myself just below the tower, my right foot resting on a ledge about 2 foot from the ground, I with my left-handed person, do you see, flung or chucked up a stone, which lighting on the top of the steeple, which was at least 150 feet high, did there remain? After repeating this feat 2 or 3 times, I hauled up a stone, which went clean over the tower, and then one, my right foot still on the ledge, which rising at least 5 yards above the steeple, did fall down just at my feet. Without knowing it, I was showing off my gift to others besides myself, doing what, perhaps, not 5 men in England could do. 2 men, who were passing by, stopped and looked at my proceedings, and when I had done flinging, came into the churchyard, and, after paying me a compliment on what they had seen me do, proposed that I should join company with them. I asked them who they were, and they told me. The one was Hopping Ned, and the other Biting Giles. Both had their gifts, by which they got their livelihood. Ned could hop 100 yards with any man in England, and Giles could lift up with his teeth any dresser or kitchen table in the country, and, standing erect, hold it dangling in his jaws. There's many a big oak table and dresser in certain districts of England, which bear the marks of Giles's teeth, and I make no doubt that 100 or 2 years hence there'll be strange stories about those marks, and that people will point them out as a proof that there were giants in bygone time, and that many a dentist will moralize on the decays which human teeth have undergone. They wanted me to go about with them and exhibit my gift occasionally, as they did theirs, promising that the money that was got by the exhibitions should be honestly divided. I consented, and we set off together, and that evening coming to a village, and putting up at the alehouse, all the grand folks of the village being there smoking their pipes, we contrived to introduce the subject of hopping, the upshot being that Ned hopped against the schoolmaster for £1, and beat him hollow. Shortly after, Giles, for a wager, took up the kitchen table in his jaws, though he had to pay a shilling to the landlady for the marks he left, whose grandchildren best get money by exhibiting them. As for myself, I did nothing that day, but the next, on which my companions did nothing. I showed off at hulling stones against a cripple, the crack man for stone throwing of a small town a few miles farther on. Bets were made to the tune of some pounds. I contrived to beat the cripple, and just contrived, for to do him justice I must acknowledge he was a first-rate hand at stones, though he had a game hip, and went sideways, his head when he walked, if his movements could be called walking, not being above 3 feet above the ground. So we travelled, I and my companions, showing off our gifts, Giles and I occasionally for a gathering, but Ned never hopping, unless against somebody for a wager. We lived honestly and comfortably, making no little money by our natural endowments, and were known over a great part of England as Hopping Ned, Biting Giles, and Hull over the Head Jack, which was my name, it being the blackguard fashion of the English, do you see, to— Here I interrupted the jockey. You may call it a blackguard fashion, said I, and I dare say it is, or it would scarcely be English, but it is an immensely ancient one, and is handed down to us from our northern ancestry, especially the Danes, who are in the habit of giving people surnames, or rather nicknames, from some quality of body or mind, but generally from some disadvantageous peculiarity of feature. For there is no denying that the English, Norse, or whatever we may please to call them, are an envious, depreciatory set of people, who not only give their poor comrades contemptuous names, but their great people also. They didn't call you the matchless hurler, because by doing so they would have paid you a compliment, but Hull over the Head Jack, as much as to say that after all you were a scrub. So, in ancient time, instead of calling Regner the great conqueror, the nation tamer, they surnamed him Lodbrog, which signifies rough, or Harry Breeks Lod, or Loddon signifying rough, or Harry Park, and instead of complimenting Halgerdrod, the wife of Guntar, which casit but bakiwin the fashion in old times for northern ladies to wear breeks, or breeches, which English ladies of the present day never think of doing, and just as of old they called Halgerdry long breeks. So this very day a fellow of Horncastle called, in my hearing, our noble-looking Hungarian friend here, long stockings. Oh, I could give you 100 instances, both ancient and modern, of this unseemly propensity of our illustrious race, though I will only trouble you with a few more ancient ones. They not only nicknamed Regner, but his sons also, who were all kings and distinguished men. One, whose name was Bjorn, they nicknamed Ironsides; another, Sigurd, Snake in the Eye; another, White Shart or White Shirt; and Ivar, another, who was king of Dnatatnal Fizzies at Slate, He was a great king, it is true, and very wise. Nevertheless, his blackguard countrymen, always averse, as their descendants are, to give credit to anybody for any valuable quality or possession, must needs lay hold, do you see? But before I could say any more, the jockey, having laid down his pipe, rose, and having taken off his coat, advanced towards me. Chapter 42. A short-tempered person, gravitation, the best endowment, Mary Fulcher, fair-dealing horsewitchery, Darius and his groom, the jockey's tricks, the two characters, the jockey's song. The jockey, having taken off his coat and advanced towards me, as I have stated in the preceding chapter, exclaimed in an angry tone, "This is the third time you have interrupted me in my tale, Mr. Rye. I passed over the 2 first times with a simple warning, but you will now please to get up and give me the satisfaction of a man." "I am really sorry," said I, "if I have given you offense, but you were talking of our English habits of bestowing nicknames, and I could not refrain from giving a few examples tending to prove what a very ancient habit it is." "But you interrupted me," said the jockey, "and put me out of my tale, which you had no right to do, and as for your examples, how do you know that I wasn't going to give some as older than yourn? Now stand up, and I'll make an example of you." "Well," said I confess it was wrong in me to interrupt you, and I ask your pardon." "That won't do," said the jockey. "Asking pardon won't do." "Oh," said I, getting up, "if asking pardon does not satisfy you, you are a different man from what I considered you." But here the Hungarian, also getting up, interposed his tall form and pipe between us, saying in English scarcely intelligible, "Let there be no dispute. As for myself, I am very much obliged to the young man of Horncastle for his interruption, though he has told me that one of his dirty townsmen called me Longstocking. By Easton! There is more learning in what he has just said than in all the verdammt English histories of Thor and Discernibach I ever read." "I care nothing for his learning," said the jockey. "I consider myself as good a man as he, for all his learning. So stand out of the way, Mr. 6'11", or—" "I shall do no such thing," said the Hungarian. "I wonder you are not ashamed of yourself. You ask a young man to drink champagne with you. You make him drunk. He interrupt you with very good sense. He ask your pardon, yet you not—" "Well," said the jockey, "I am satisfied. I am rather a short-tempered person, but I bear no malice. He is, as you say, drinking my wine, and has perhaps taken a drop too much, not being used to such high liquor. But one doesn't like to be put out of one's tale, more especially when one was about to moralize, do you see, oneself, and to show off what little learning one has. However, I bears no malice. Here is a hand to each of you. We'll take another glass each, and think no more about it." The jockey, having shaken both of our hands and filled our glasses in his own with what champagne remained in the bottle, put on his coat, sat down, and resumed his pipe and story. Where was I? Oh, roaming about the country with Hopping Ned and Biting Giles. Those were happy days, and a merry and prosperous life we led. However, nothing continues under the sun in the same state in which it begins, and our firm was soon destined to undergo a change. We came to a village where there was a very high church steeple, and in a little time my comrades induced a crowd of people to go and see me display my gift, by flinging stones above the heads of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, who stood at the 4 corners on the top, carved in stone. The parson, seeing the crowd, came waddling out of his rectory to see what was going on. After I had flung up the stones, letting them fall just where I liked, and one, I remember, fell on the head of Mark, where I dare say it remains to the present day, the parson, who was one of the description of people called philosophers, held up his hand and asked me to let the next stone I flung up fall upon it. He wished, do you see, to know with what weight the stone would fall down, and talked something about gravitation, a word which I could never understand to the present day, save that it turned out a grave matter to me. I, like a silly fellow myself, must needs consent, and, flinging the stone up to a vast height, contrived so that it fell into the parson's hand, which it cut dreadfully. The parson flew into a great rage, more particularly as everybody laughed at him, and, being a magistrate, ordered his clerk, who was likewise constable, to conduct me to prison as a rogue and vagabond, telling my comrades that if they did not take themselves off, he would serve them in the same manner. So Ned hopped off, and Giles ran after him without making any gathering, and I was led to Bridwell, my mittimus following at the end of a week, the parson's hand not permitting him to write before that time. In the Bridwell I remained a month, when, being dismissed, I went in quest of my companions, whom, after some time, I found up, but they refused to keep my company any longer, telling me that I was a dangerous character, likely to bring them more trouble than profit. They had, moreover, filled up my place, going into a cottage to ask for a drink of water. They saw a country fellow making faces to amuse his children. The faces were so wonderful that Hopping Ned and Biting Giles at once proposed taking him into partnership, and the man, who was a fellow not very fond of work, after a little entreaty, went away with them. I saw him exhibit his gift, and couldn't blame the others for preferring him to me. He was a proper ugly fellow at all times, but when he made faces his countenance was like nothing human. He was called Ugly Moses. I was so amazed at his faces that, though poor myself, I gave him 6pence, which I have never grudged to this day, for I never saw anything like them. The firm throve wonderfully after he had been admitted into it. He died some little time ago, keeper of a public house, which he had been enabled to take from the profits of his faces. A son of his, one of the children he was making faces to when my comrades entered his door, is at present a barrister, and a very rising one. He has his gift. He has not, it is true, the gift of the gab, but he has something better. He was born with a grin on his face, a quiet grin. He would not have done to grin through a collar like his father, and would never have been taken up by Hopping Ned and Biting Giles, but that grin of his caused him to be noticed by a much greater person than either. An attorney, observing it, took a liking to the lad, and prophesied that he would some day be heard of in the world, and in order to give him the first lift, took him into his office, at first to light fires and do such kind of work, and after a little time taught him to write. Then with them childquade, "Ye vain at down." The young fellow, after practicing at the law some time, went to the bar, where, in a few years, helped on by his grin, for he had nothing else to recommend him, he became, as I said before, a rising barrister. He comes our circuit, and I occasionally employ him when I am obliged to go to law about such a thing as an unsound horse. He generally brings me through, or rather that grin of his does, and yet I don't like the fellow, confound him, but I'm an oddity. No, the one I like, and whom I generally employ, is a fellow quite different, a bluff, sturdy dog, with no grin on his face, but with a look that seems to say I am an honest man, and what cares I for anyone? And an honest man he is, and something more. I have known coves with a better gift of the gab, though not many, but he always speaks to the purpose and understands law thoroughly, and that's not all. When at college, for he has been at college, he carried off everything before him as a Latiner, and was first rate at a game they call Matthew Mattox. I don't exactly know what it is, but I have heard that he who is first rate at Matthew Mattox is thought more of than if he were first rate Latiner. Well, the chap that I'm talking about not only came out first rate Latiner, but first rate at Matthew Mattox too, doing, in fact, as I am told by those who knows, for I was never at college myself, what no one had ever done before. Well, he makes his appearance at our circuit, does very well, of course, but he has a somewhat high front, as becomes an honest man and one who has beat everyone at Latin and Matthew Mattox, and one who can speak first-rate law and sense. But see now, the cove with the grin, who has, like myself, never been at college, knows nothing of Latin or mathematics, and has no particular gift of the gab, has two briefs for his one, and, I suppose very properly, for that grin of his curries, favor with the juries, and mark me, that grin of his will enable him to beat the other in the long run. We all know what all barrister coves looks forward to, a seat on the hop sack. Well, I'll bet a bull to 5 pence that the grinner gets upon it and the snarler doesn't, at any rate that he gets there first. I calls my cove, for he is my cove, a snarler, because your first rates at mathematics are called snarlers, and for no other reason. For the chap, though with a high front, is a good chap, and once drank a glass of ale with me after buying an animal out of my stable. I have often thought it a pity he wasn't born with a grin on his face like the son of ugly Moses. It is true he would scarcely then have been an out-and-outer at Latin and mathematics, but what need of either two? A chap born with a grin? Talk of being born with a silver spoon in one's mouth. Give me a cove born with a grin on his face, a much better endowment. I will now shorten my history as much as I can, for we have talked as much as folks do during the whole night in the Commons House, though of course not with so much learning or so much to the purpose, because why? They're in the House of Commons, and we in a public room of an inn at Horncastle. The goodness of the ale, do ye see, never depending on what it is made of, oh no, but on the fashion and appearance of the jug in which it is served up. After being turned out of the firm, I got my living in 2 or 3 honest ways, which I shall not trouble you with describing. I did not like any of them, however, as they did not exactly suit my humor. At last I found one which did. One Saturday afternoon, I chanced to be in the cattle market of a place about 80 miles from here. There I won the favor of an old gentleman who sold dickies. He had a very shabby squad of animals, without soul or spirit. Nobody would buy them till I leaped upon their hinder ends, and by merely wriggling in a particular manner, made them caper and bound so to people's liking, that in a few hours every one of them was sold at very sufficient prices. The old gentleman was so pleased with my skill that he took me home with him, and in a very little time into partnership. It's a good thing to have a gift, but yet better to have two. I might have got a very decent livelihood by throwing stones, but I much question whether I should ever have attained to the position in society which I now occupy but for my knowledge of animals. I lived very comfortably with the old gentleman till he died, which he did in about a fortnight after he had laid his old lady in the ground. Having no children, he left me what should remain after he had been buried decently, and the remainder was 6 dickies and 30 shillings in silver. I remained in the dicky trade 10 years, during which time I saved £100. I then embarked in the horse line. One day, being in the market on a Saturday, I saw Mary Fulcher with a halter round her neck, led about by a man who offered to sell her for 18 pence. I tattled and they would decked out to a reality to day before he to teep over determined to become the tum and the timid having days. We prived us them were what it shouldn't have quiled mert arbled trade, and to see if she were a mare which an old coat mark, and it's make kinka de block the potball level, berdicadets and come to this acquainted of us. People I I am told she was legally my property by virtue of my having bought her with a halter round her neck. But, to tell you the truth, I think everybody should live by his trade, and I didn't wish to act shabbily towards our parson, who is a good fellow and has certainly a right to his fees. A better wife than Mary Fulcher. I mean Mary Dale no one ever had. She has borne me several children, and has at all times shown a willingness to oblige me and to be my faithful wife. Amongst other things, I begged her to have done with her family, and I believe she has never spoken to them since. I have thriven very well in business, and my name is up as being a person who can be depended on when folks treats me handsomely. I always make a point when a gentleman comes to me and says, Mr. Saff, Dale, or John, for I have no objection to be called John by a gentleman, I wants a good horse and am ready to pay a good price. I always makes a point, I say, to furnish him with an animal worth the money. But when I sees a fellow, whether he calls himself gentleman or not, wishing to circumvent me, what does I do? I doesn't quarrel with him, not I. But, letting him imagine he's taking me in, I contrives to sell him a screw for £30, not worth 30 shillings. All honest, respectable people have at present great confidence in me, and frequently commissions me to buy them horses at great fairs like this. This short young gentleman was recommended to me by a great landed proprietor, to whom he bore letters of recommendation from some great prince in his own country, who had a long time ago been entertained at the house of the landed proprietor, and the consequence is, that I brings young 6'6" to Horncastle, and purchases for him the horse of the Romany Rye. I don't do these kind things for nothing, it is true. That can't be expected, for everyone must live by his trade. But, as I said before, when I am treated handsomely, I treat folks so. Honesty, I have discovered, as perhaps some other people have, is by far the best policy. Though, as I also said before, when I'm along with thieves, I can beat them at their own game. If I'm obliged to do it, I can pass off the veriest screw as a flying dromedary, for even when I was a child, I had found out by various means what may be done with animals. I wish now to ask a civil question, Mr. Romany Rye. Certain folks have told me that you are a horse witch. Are you one, or are you not? I, like yourself, said I, know to a certain extent what may be done with animals. Then how would you, Mr. Romany Rye, pass off the veriest screw in the world for a flying dromedary? By putting a small live eel down his throat. As long as the eel remained in his stomach, the horse would appear brisk and lively in a surprising degree. And how would you contrive to make a regular kicker and biter appear so tame and gentle that any respectable fat old gentleman of 60, who wanted an easy goer, would be glad to purchase him for £50? By pouring down his throat 4 pints of generous old ale, which would make him so happy and comfortable that he would not have the heart to kick or bite anybody for a season at least. And where did you learn all this? Said the jockey. I have read about the eel in an old English book, and about the making drunk in a Spanish novel, and, singularly enough, I was told the same things by a wild blacksmith in Ireland. Now tell me, do you bewitch horses in this way? I, said the jockey, mercy upon us! I wouldn't do such things for a hatful of money. No, no, preserve me from libeals and hawkissing. And now let me ask you, how would you spirit a horse out of a field? How would I spirit a horse out of a field? Yes, supposing you were down in the world, and had determined on taking up the horse-stealing line of business. Why, I should. But I tell you what, friend, I see you are trying to pump me. And I tell you plainly that I will hear something from you with respect to your art before I tell you anything more. Now, how would you whisper a horse out of a field, provided you were down in the world and so forth? Ah, I see you are up to a game, Mr. Romani. However, I am a gentleman in mind, if not by birth, and I scorn to do the unhandsome thing to anybody who has dealt fairly towards me. Now you told me something I didn't know, and I'll tell you something which perhaps you do know. I whispers a horse out of a field in this way. I have a mare in my stable. Well, in the early season of the year I goes into my stable. Well, I puts the sponge into a small bottle which I keeps corked. I takes my bottle in my hand and goes into a field, suppose by night, where there is a very fine stag horse. I manage with great difficulty to get within 10 yards of the horse, who stands staring at me just ready to run away. I then uncorks my bottle, presses my forefinger to the sponge, and holds it out to the horse. The horse gives a sniff, then a start, and comes nearer. I corks up my bottle and puts it into my pocket. My business is done. For the next 2 hours the horse would follow me anywhere. The difficulty, indeed, would be to get rid of him. Now, is that your way of doing business? My way of doing business, Mercy upon us. I wouldn't steal a horse in that way, or indeed in any way, for all the money in the world. However, let me tell you, for your comfort, that a trick somewhat similar is described in the history of Herodotus. In the history of Herod's ass, said the jockey. Well, if I did write a book, it should be about something more genteel than a dicky. I did not say Herod's ass, said I, but Herodotus, a very genteel writer, I assure you, who wrote a history about very genteel people in a language no less genteel than Greek, more than 2,000 years ago. There was a dispute as to who should be king amongst certain imperious chieftains. At last they agreed to obey him whose horse should neigh first on a certain day in front of the royal palace before the rising of the sun. For you must know that they did not worship the person who made the sun as we do, but the sun itself. So one of these chieftains, talking over the matter to his groom, and saying he wondered who would be king, the fellow said, "Why, you, master, or I don't know much about horses." So the day before the day of trial, what does the groom do but take his master's horse before the palace and introduce him to a mare in the stable, and then lead him forth again? Well, early the next day all the chieftains on their horses appeared in front of the palace before the dawn of day. Not a horse neighed but one, and that was the horse of him who had consulted with his groom, who, thinking of the animal within the stable, gave such a neigh that all the buildings rang. His rider was forthwith elected king, and a brave king he was. So this shows what seemingly wonderful things may be brought about by a little preparation. It doth, said the jockey. What was the chap's name? His name Darius Hystaspes. And the groom's, I don't know. And he made a good king? First rate. Only think. Well, if he made a good king, what a wonderful king the groom would have made, through whose knowledge of horses he was put on the throne. And now another question, Mr. Romany Rye, have you particular words which have power to soothe or aggravate horses? You should ask me, said I, whether I have horses that can be aggravated or soothed by particular words. No words have any particular power over horses or other animals who have never heard them before. How should they? But certain animals connect ideas of misery or enjoyment with particular words which they are acquainted with. I'll give you an example. I knew a cob in Ireland that could be driven to a state of kicking madness by a particular word, used by a particular person, in a particular tone, but that word was connected with a very painful operation which had been performed upon him by that individual, who had frequently employed it at a certain period whilst the animal had been under his treatment. The same cob could be soothed in a moment by another word, used by the same individual in a very different kind of tone. The word was blasta, or sweet-tasted. Some time after the operation, whilst the cob was yet under his hands, the fellow who was what the Irish call a fairy smith had done all he could to soothe the creature, and had at last succeeded by giving it gingerbread buttons, of which the cob became passionately fond. Invariably, however, before giving it a button, he said, "Dag blazda," with which word the cob by degrees associated an idea of unmixed enjoyment, so if he could rouse the cob to madness by the word which recalled the torture to its remembrance, he could as easily soothe it by the other word, which the cob knew would be instantly followed by the button, which the smith never failed to give him after using the word dagblazda. "There is nothing wonderful to be done," said the jockey, "without a good deal of preparation, as I know myself. Folks stare and wonder at certain things which they would only laugh at if they knew how they were done. And to prove what I say is true, I will give you one or two examples. Can either of you lend me a handkerchief?" "That won't do," said he, as I presented him with a silk one. "I wish for a delicate white handkerchief." "That's just the kind of thing," said he, as the Hungarian offered him a fine white cambric handkerchief, beautifully worked with gold at the hems. "Now you shall see me set this handkerchief on fire." "Don't let him do so by any means," said the Hungarian, speaking to me in German. It is the gift of a lady whom I highly admire, and I would not have it burnt for the world." "He has no occasion to be under any apprehension," said the jockey, after I had interpreted to him what the Hungarian had said. "I will restore it to him uninjured, or my name is not Jack Dale." Then sticking the handkerchief carelessly into the left side of his bosom, he took the candle, which by this time had burnt very low, and holding his head back, he applied the flame to the handkerchief, which instantly seemed to catch fire. "What do you think of that?" said he to the Hungarian. "Why, that you have ruined me," said the latter. "No harm done, I assure you," said the jockey, who presently, clapping his hand on his bosom, extinguished the fire and returned the handkerchief to the Hungarian, asking him if it was burnt. "I see no burn upon it," said the Hungarian. "But in the name of God, how could you set it on fire without burning it?" "I never set it on fire at all," said the jockey. "I set this on fire," showing us a piece of half-burnt calico. "I placed this calico above it, and lighted not the handkerchief, but the rag. Now I will show you something else. I have a magic shilling in my pocket, which I can make run up along my arm. But, first of all, I would gladly know whether either of you can do the like." Thereupon the Hungarian and myself, putting our hands into our pockets, took out shillings and endeavored to make them run up our arms, but utterly failed. Both shillings, after we had made 2 or 3 attempts, falling to the ground. "What non-composes you both are," said the jockey. And placing a shilling on the end of the fingers of his right hand, he made strange faces to it, drawing back his head, whereupon the shilling instantly began to run up his arm, occasionally hopping and jumping as if it were bewitched, always endeavoring to make towards the head of the jockey. "How do I do that?" said he, addressing himself to me. "I really do not know," said I, "unless it is by the motion of your arm." "The motion of my nonsense," said the jockey, and, making a dreadful grimace, the shilling hopped upon his knee and began to run up his thigh and to climb up his breast. "How is that done?" said he again. "By witchcraft, I suppose," said I. "There you are right," said the jockey. "By the witchcraft of one of Miss Berner's hairs. The end of one of her long hairs is tied to that shilling by means of a hole in it, and the other end goes round my neck by means of a loop, so that when I draw back my head, the shilling follows it." "I suppose you wish to know how I got the hair," said he, grinning at me. "I will tell you. I once, in the course of my ridings, saw Miss Berners beneath a hedge, combing out her long hair, and, being rather a modest kind of person, what must I do but get off my horse, tie him to a gate, go up to her, and endeavor to enter into conversation with her. After giving her the sell of the day, and complimenting her on her hair, I asked her to give me one of the threads, whereupon she gave me such a look, and, calling me fellow, told me to take myself off. "I must have a hair first," said I, making a snatch at one. I believe I hurt her, but whether I did or not, up she started, and, though her hair was unbound, gave me the only drubbing I ever had in my life. Lor! How with her right hand she fibbed me, while she held me round the neck with her left arm. I was soon glad to beg her pardon on my knees, which she gave me in a moment, when she saw me in that condition, being the most placeable creature in the world, and not only her pardon, but one of the hairs which I long for, which I put through a shilling, with which I have on evenings after fairs, like this, frequently worked what seemed to those who looked on downright witchcraft, but which is nothing more than deception. And now, Mr. Romany Rye, to testify my regard for you, I give you the shilling and the hair. I think you have a kind of respect for Miss Berners. But whether you have or not, keep them as long as you can, and whenever you look at them, think of the finest woman in England, and of John Dale, the jockey of Horncastle." "I believe I have told you my history," said he. "No, not quite. There is one circumstance I had passed over. I told you that I have thriven very well in business, and so I have, upon the whole. At any rate, I find myself comfortably off now. I have horses, money, and owe nobody a groat, at any rate nothing but what I could pay tomorrow. Yet I have had my dreary day, after I had obtained what I call a station in the world. All of a sudden, about 5 years ago, everything seemed to go wrong with me. Horses became sick or died, people who owed me money broke or ran away, my house caught fire, in fact, everything went against me, and not from any mismanagement of my own. I looked round for help, but what do you think? Nobody would help me. Somehow or other it had got abroad that I was in difficulties, and everybody seemed disposed to avoid me, as if I had got the plague. Those who were always offering me help when I wanted none, now, when they thought me in trouble, talked of arresting me. Yes, two particular friends of mine, who had always been offering me their purses when my own was stuffed full, now talked of arresting me, though I only owed the scoundrels £100 each, and they would have done so, provided I had not paid them what I owed them. And how did I do that? Why, I was able to do it because I found a friend. And who was that friend? Why, a man who has since been hung, of whom everybody has heard, and of whom everybody for the next 100 years will occasionally talk. One day, whilst in trouble, I was visited by a person I had occasionally met at sporting dinners. He came to look after a Suffolk punch, the best horse, by the by, that anybody can purchase to drive, it being the only animal of the horse kind in England that will pull twice at a dead weight. I told him that I had none at that time that I could recommend. In fact, that every horse in my stable was sick. He then invited me to dine with him at an inn close by, and I was glad to go with him in the hope of getting rid of unpleasant thoughts. After dinner, during which he talked nothing but slang, observing I looked very melancholy, he asked me what was the matter with me, and I, my heart being opened by the wine he had made me drink, told him my circumstances without reserve. With an oath or two for not having treated him at first like a friend, he said he would soon set me all right, and pulling out £200, told me to pay him when I could. I felt as I never felt before. However, I took his notes, paid my sneaks, and in less than 3 months was right again, and had returned him his money. On paying it to him, I said that I had now a punch which would just suit him, saying that I would give it to him a free gift for nothing. He swore at me, telling me to keep my punch, for that he was suited already. I begged him to tell me how I could requite him for his kindness, whereupon, with the most dreadful oath I ever heard, he bade me come and see him hanged when his time was come. I wrung his hand, and told him I would, and I kept my word. The night before the day he was hanged at H, I harnessed a Suffolk punch to my light gig, the same punch which I had offered to him, which I have ever since kept, and which brought me and this short young man to Horncastle, and in 11 hours I drove that punch 110 miles. I arrived at H just in the nick of time. There was the ugly jail, the scaffold, and there upon it stood the only friend I ever had in the world. Driving my punch, which was all in a foam, into the midst of the crowd, which made way for me as if it knew what I came for, I stood up in my gig, took off my hat, and shouted, "God Almighty bless you, Jack!" The dying man turned his pale, grim face towards me, for his face was always somewhat grim. "Do you see?" nodded and said, or I thought I heard him say, "All right, old chap." The next moment my eyes water. He had a high heart, got into a scrape whilst in the Marines, lost his half-pay, took to the turf, ring, gambling, and at last cut the throat of a villain who had robbed him of nearly all he had. But he had good qualities, and I know for certain that he never did half the bad things laid to his charge. For example, he never bribed Tom Oliver to fight cross, as it was said he did on the day of the awful thunderstorm. Ned Flatnose barely beat Tom Oliver, for though Ned was not what's called a good fighter, he had a particular blow, which if he could put in, he was sure to win. His right shoulder, do you see, was 2 inches farther back than it ought to have been, and consequently his right fist generally fell short. But if he could swing himself round, and put in a blow with that right arm, he could kill or take away the senses of anybody in the world. It was by putting in that blow in his second fight with Spring that he beat Noble Tom. Spring beat him like a sack in the first battle, but in the second Ned Painter, for that was his real name, contrived to put in his blow, and took the senses out of Spring, and in like manner he took the senses out of Tom Oliver. Well, some are born to be hanged, and some are not. Quote, and many of those who are not hanged are much worse than those who are. Jack, with many a good quality, is hanged, whilst that fellow of a lord who wanted to get the horse from you at about 2/3 of his value, without a single good quality in the world, is not hanged and probably will remain so. You ask the reason why, perhaps. I'll tell you, the lack of a certain quality called courage, which Jack possessed in abundance, will preserve him. From the love which he bears his own neck, he will do nothing which can bring him to the gallows. In my rough way, I'll draw their characters from their childhood, and then ask whether Jack was not the best character of the two. Jack was a rough, audacious boy, fond of fighting, going a bird's nesting, but I never heard he did anything particularly cruel, save once, I believe, tying a canister to a butcher's dog's tail, whilst this fellow of a lord was by nature a savage beast, and when a boy would in winter pluck poor fowls naked and set them running on the ice and in the snow, and was particularly fond of burning cats alive in the fire. Jack, when a lad, gets a commission on board a ship as an officer of horse marines, and in 2 or 3 engagements behaves quite up to the mark at least of a marine, the marines having no particular character for courage, you know, never having run to the guns and fired them like madmen after the blue jackets had had more than enough. Oh dear me, no! My lord gets into the valorous British army, where cowardice, oh dear me, is a thing almost entirely unknown, and being on the field of Waterloo the day before the battle, falls off his horse, and, pretending to be hurt in the back, gets himself put on the sick list, a pretty excuse hurting his back for not being present at such a fight. Old Benbow, after part of both his legs had been shot away in a sea fight, made the carpenter make him a cradle to hold his bloody stumps, and continued on deck, cheering his men till he died. Jack returns home, and gets into trouble, and having nothing to subsist by but his wits, gets his living by the ring and the turf, doing many an odd kind of thing, I dare say, but not half those laid to his charge. My lord does much the same without the excuse for doing so which Jack had, for he had plenty of means, is the leg, and the black, only in a more polished way, and with more cunning, and I may say success, having than many a rascally thing never laid to his charge. Jack at last cuts the throat of a villain who had cheated him of all he had in the world, and who, I am told, was in many points the counterpart of this Screw and White Feather, is taken up, tried, and executed, and certainly taking away a man's life is a dreadful thing. But is there nothing as bad? White Feather will cut no person's throat. I will not say who has cheated him, for, being a cheat himself, he will take good care that nobody cheats him, but he'll do something quite as bad, out of envy to a person who never injured him, and whom he hates for being more clever and respected than himself. He will do all he possibly can, by backbiting and every unfair means, to do that person a mortal injury. But Jack is hanged, and my lord it not. Is that right? My wife, Mary Fulcher, I beg her pardon, Mary Dale, who is a Methodist, and has heard the mighty preacher, Peter Williams, says some people are preserved from hanging by the grace of God. With her I differs, and says it is from want of courage. This White Feather, with one particle of Jack's courage, and with 1/10 of his good qualities, would have been hanged long ago, for he has 10 times Jack's malignity. Jack was hanged because, along with his bad qualities, he had courage and generosity. This fellow is not, because, with all Jack's bad qualities, and many more, amongst which is cunning, he has neither courage nor generosity. Think of a fellow like that putting down £200 to relieve a distressed fellow creature. Why he would rob, but for the law and the fear it fills him with, a workhouse child of its breakfast, as the saying is, and has been heard to say that he would not trust his own father for 6 pence. And he can't imagine why such a thing as credit should be ever given. I never heard a person give him a good word. Stay, yes. I once heard an old parson, to whom I sold a punch, say that he had the art of receiving company gracefully and dismissing them without refreshment. I don't wish to be too hard with him, and so let him make the most of that compliment. Well, he manages to get on whilst Jack is hanged. Not quite enviably, however. He has had his rubs, and pretty hard. Once everybody knows he slunk from Waterloo, and occasionally checks him with so doing. Whilst he has been rejected by a woman, what a mortification to the low pride of which the scoundrel has plenty. There's a song about both circumstances, which may perhaps ring in his ears on a dying bed. It's a funny kind of song set to the old tune of the Lord Lieutenant or Deputy, and with it I will conclude my discourse, for I really think it's past one. The jockey then, with a very tolerable voice, sung the following song, the jockey's song. Now list to a ditty both funny and true. Merrily moves the dance along, a ditty that tells of a coward and screw, my Lord Lieutenant, so free and young. Sir Plume, though not liking a bullet at all, merrily moves the dance along, had yet resolution to go to a ball, my Lord Lieutenant so free and young. Voulez-vous danser, mademoiselle? Merrily moves the dance along. Said she, Sir, to dance I should like very well, my Lord Lieutenant so free and young. They danced to the left, and they danced to the right, merrily moves the dance along, and her troth the fair damsel bestowed on the knight, my Lord Lieutenant, so free and young. Now what shall I fetch you, mademoiselle? Merrily moves the dance along. Said she, Sir, an ice I should like very well, my Lord Lieutenant so free and young. But the ice when he got it he instantly ate, merrily moves the dance along, although his poor partner was all in a fret, my Lord Lieutenant so free and young. He ate up the ice like a prudent young lord, merrily moves the dance along, for he saw Perellas, the very last ice on the board, my Lord Lieutenant, so free and young. Now, when shall we marry? The gentleman cried, merrily moves the dance along. Sir, get you to Jordan, the damsel replied, my Lord Lieutenant so free and young. I never will wed with the pitiful elf. Merrily moves the dance along, who ate up the ice, which I wanted myself, my Lord Lieutenant so free and young. I'd pardon your backing from Red Waterloo, merrily moves the dance along, but I never will wed with a coward and screw, my Lord Lieutenant so free and young. Chapter 43. The Church. The next morning I began to think of departing. I had sewed up the money which I had received for the horse in a portion of my clothing where I entertained no fears for its safety, with the exception of a small sum in notes, gold, and silver, which I carried in my pocket. Ere departing, however, I determined to stroll about and examine the town, and observe more particularly the humours of the fair than I had hitherto an opportunity of doing. The town, when I examined it, offered no object worthy of attention but its church, an edifice of some antiquity. Under the guidance of an old man who officiated as sexton, I inspected its interior attentively, occasionally conversing with my guide, who, however, seemed much more disposed to talk about horses than the church. No good horses in the fair this time, meester, said he. None but one brought hither by a chap whom nobody knows, and bought by a foreigneering man who came here with Jack Dale. The horse fetched a good swinging price, which is said, however, to be much less than its worth, for the horse is a regular clipper, not such a one, 'tis said, has been seen in the fair for several summers. Lord Whitefeather says that he believes the fellow who brought him to be a highwayman, and talks of having him taken up, but Lord Whitefeather is only in a rage because he could not get him for himself. The chap would not sell it to Un. Lord Screw wanted to beat him down, and the chap took huff, said he wouldn't sell it to him at no price, and accepted the offer of the foreigneering man, or of Jack, who was his interpreter, and who scorned to higgle about such a hanimal, because Jack is a gentleman, though bred a dicky boy, whilst t'other, though bred a dicky boy, whilst t'other, though bred a lord, is a screw and a white feather. Everyone says the cove was right, and I says so too. I like spirit, and if the cove were here, and in your place, measter, I would invite him to drink a pint of beer. Good horses are scarce now, measter. Aye, and so are good men, quite a different set from what there were when I was young. That was the time for men and horses. Lord bless you, I know all the breeders about here. They are not a bad set, and they breed a very fairish set of horses, but they are not like what their fathers were, nor are their horses like their fathers' horses. Now there is Mr. the Great Breeder, a very fairish man, with very fairish horses. But Lord bless you, he's nothing to what his father was, nor his steeds to his father's. I ought to know, for I was at the school here with his father, and afterwards for many a year helped him to get up his horses. That was when I was young, measter. Those were the days. You look at that monument, measter, said he, as I stopped and looked attentively at a monument on the southern side of the church near the altar. That was put up for a rector of this church who lived a long time ago, in Oliver's time, and was ill-treated and imprisoned by Oliver and his men. You will see all about it on the monument. There was a grand battle fought nigh this place, between Oliver's men and the royal party, and the royal party had the worst of it, as I'm told they generally and did a great deal of I can't remember anything about the matter myself for it. Happened just 100 years before I was born, but my father was acquainted with an old countryman who lived not many miles from here, who said he remembered perfectly well the day of the battle, that he was a boy at the time, and was working in a field near the place where the battle was fought, and heard shouting, and noise of firearms, and also the sound of several balls, which fell in the field near him. Come this way, measter, and I will show you some remains of that day's field. Leaving the monument, on which was inscribed an account of the life and sufferings of the royalist rector of Horncastle, I followed the sexton to the western end of the church, where hanging against the wall were a number of scythes stuck in the ends of poles. Those are the weapons, measter, said the sexton, which the great people put into the hands of the country folks, in order that they might use them against Oliver's men. Ugly weapons enough. However, Oliver's men won, and Sir Jacob Ashley and his party were beat. And a rare time Oliver and his men had of it, till Oliver died, when the other party got the better, not by fighting, 'tis said, but through a General Monk who turned sides. Ah, the old fellow that my father knew said he well remembered the time when General Monk went over and proclaimed Charles II. Bonfires were lighted everywhere, oxen roasted, and beer drunk by pailfuls. The country folks were drunk with joy, and something else, sung scurvy songs about Oliver to the tune of Barney Banks, and pelted his men, wherever they found them, with stones and dirt. The more ungrateful scoundrels they, said I. Oliver and his men fought the battle of English independence against a wretched king and corrupt lords. Had I been living at the time, I should have been proud to be a trooper of Oliver. You would, measter, would you? Well, I never quarrels with the opinions of people who come to look at the church, and certainly independence is a fine thing. I like to see a chap of an independent spirit, and if I were now to see the cove that refused to sell his horse to my Lord Screw and Whitefeather and let Jack Dale have him, I would offer to treat him to a pint of beeries, I would, verily. Well, measter, you have now seen the church, and all there's in it worth seeing, so I'll just lock up, and go and finish digging the grave I was about when you came, after which I must go into the fair to see how matters are going on. Thank ye, measter, said he, as I put something into his hand. Thank you kindly. 'Tis not everyone who gives me a shilling nowadays who comes to see the church, but times are very different from what they were when I was young. I was not sexton then, but something better. Helped mister with his horses, and got many a broad crown. Those were the days, measter, both for men and horses, and I say, measter, if men and horses were so much better when I was young than they are now, what, I wonder, must they have been in the time of Oliver and his men? Chapter 44. An Old Acquaintance. Leaving the church, I strolled through the fair, looking at the horses, listening to the chaffering of the buyers and sellers, and occasionally putting in a word of my own, which was not always received with much deference. Suddenly, however, on a whisper arising that I was the young cove who had brought the wonderful horse to the fair which Jack Dale had bought for the foreigneering man, I found myself an object of the greatest attention. Those who had before replied with stuff and nonsense to what I said, now listened with the greatest eagerness to any nonsense I wished to utter, and I did not fail to utter a great deal. Presently, however, becoming disgusted with the beings about me, I forced my way, not very civilly, through my crowd of admirers, and passing through an alley and a back street, at last reached an outskirt of the fair, where no person appeared to know me. Here I stood, looking vacantly on what was going on, musing on the strange infatuation of my species, who judge of a person's words, not from their intrinsic merit, but from the opinion generally and erroneous one which they have formed of the person. From this reverie I was roused by certain words which sounded near me, uttered in a strange tone and in a strange cadence. The words were, "Them that finds, wins, and them that can't find, loses." Turning my eyes in the direction from which the words proceeded, I saw 6 or 7 people, apparently all countrymen, gathered round a person standing behind a tall white table of very small compass. "What," said I, "the thimble ingro of fair here at Horncastle." Advancing nearer, however, I perceived that though the present person was a thimble ingro, he was a very different one from my old acquaintance of fair. The present one was a fellow about half a foot taller than the other. He had a long, haggard, wild face, and was dressed in a kind of jacket, something like that of a soldier, with dirty hempen trousers, and with a foreign-looking peaked hat on his head. He spoke with an accent evidently Irish, and occasionally changed the usual thimble formule, "Them that finds wins, and them that can't ouch, sure, they loses," saying also frequently, "Your Honor," instead of "my lord." I observed, on drawing nearer, that he handled the pea and thimble with some awkwardness, like that which might be expected from a novice in the trade. He contrived, however, to win several shillings, for he did not seem to play for gold from "their honors." Awkward as he was, he evidently did his best, and never flung a chance away by permitting anyone to win. He had just won 3 shillings from a farmer who, incensed at his loss, was calling him a confounded cheat and saying that he would play no more, when up came my friend of the preceding day, Jack, the jockey. This worthy, after looking at the thimble man a moment or two with a peculiarly crafty glance, cried out as he clapped down a shilling on the table, "I will stand you, old fellow." "Them that finds wins, and them that can't ouch, sure, they loses," said the thimble man. The game commenced, and Jack took up the thimble without finding the pea. Another shilling was produced, and lost in the same manner. "This is slow work," said Jack, banging down a guinea on the table. "Can you cover that, old fellow?" The man of the thimble looked at the gold, and then at him who produced it, and scratched his head. "Come, cover that, or I shall be off," said the jockey. "Oh, sure, my lord. No, I mean your honor." "No, sure, your lordship," said the other. "If I covers it at all, it must be with silver, for divil a bit of gold have I by me." "Well then, produce the value in silver," said the jockey, "and do it quickly, for I can't be staying here all day." The thimble man hesitated, looked at Jack with a dubious look, then at the gold, and then scratched his head. There was now a laugh amongst the surrounders, which evidently nettled the fellow, who forthwith thrust his hand into his pocket, and pulling out all his silver treasure, just contrived to place the value of the guinea on the table. "Them that finds, wins, and them that can't find, loses," interrupted Jack, lifting up a thimble, out of which rolled a pea. "There, Paddy, what do you think of that?" said he, seizing the heap of silver with one hand, whilst he pocketed the guinea with the other. The thimble ingro stood for some time like one transfixed. His eyes glaring wildly, now at the table and now at his successful customers. At last he said, "Arrah, sure, master. No, I manes my lord. You are not going to ruin a poor boy." "Ruin you," said the other. "What? By winning a guinea's change. A pretty small dodger you if you have not sufficient capital. Why do you engage in so deep a trade as thimbling? Come, will you stand another game? Ach, sure, master, no. The 20 shillings and one which you have cheated me of were all I had in the world." "Cheated you," said Jack. "Say that again, and I will knock you down." "Arrah, sure, master, you knows that the pea under the thimble was not mine." "Here is mine, master. Now give me back my money." "A likely thing," said Jack. "No, no, I know a trick worth 2 or 3 of that. Whether the pea was yours or mine, you will never have your 20 shillings and one again. And if I have ruined you, all the better. I'd gladly ruin all such villains as you, who ruin poor men with your dirty tricks, whom you would knock down and rob on the road if you had but courage. Not that I mean to keep your shillings, with the exception of the 2 you cheated from me, which I'll keep. A scramble, boys, a scramble," said he, flinging up all the silver into the air with the exception of the 2 shillings, and a scramble there instantly was between the rustics who had lost their money and the urchins who came running up. The poor Thimble and Grow tried likewise to have his share, and though he flung himself down in order to join more effectually in the scrambler, he was unable to obtain a single sixpence, and having in his rage given some of his fellow scramblers a cuff or two, he was set upon by the boys and contributed. As he retired, the rabble hooted, and Jack, holding up in derision the pea with which he had outmanoeuvred him, exclaimed, "I always carry this in my pocket in order to be a match for vagabonds like you." The tumult over, Jack gone, and the rabble dispersed, I followed the discomfited adventurer at a distance, who, leaving the town, went slowly on, carrying his dilapidated piece of furniture, till coming to an old wall by the roadside, he placed it on the ground and sat down, seemingly in deep despondency, holding his thumb to his mouth. Going nearly up to him, I stood still, whereupon he looked up, and perceiving I was looking steadfastly at him, he said in an angry tone, "Arrah! What for are you staring at me so? By my soul, I think you are one of the thieves who were after robbing me. I think I saw you among them, and if I were only sure of it, I would take the liberty of trying to give you a big baiting." "You have had enough of trying to give people a beating," said I. "You had better be taking your table to some skilful carpenter to get it repaired. He will do it for 6 pence." "Divil a 6 pence did you and your thieves leave me," said he, "and if you do not take yourself off, joy, I will be breaking your ugly head with the foot of it." "Arrah, Murtagh," said I, "would ye be breaking the head of your friend and scholar, to whom you taught the blessed tongue of Oilean nan Nonha in exchange for a pack of cards?" "Morta, for he." It was, gazed at me for a moment with a bewildered look. Then, with a gleam of intelligence in his eye, he said, "Shorsha." "No, it can't be yes. By my faith it is." Then springing up and seizing me by the hand, he said, "Yes, by the powers, sure enough, it is Shorsha Agra. Arrah, Shorsha, where have you been this many a day? Sure, you're not one of the spalpeens who are after robbing me." "Not I," I replied, "but I saw all that happened. Come, you must not take matters so to heart. Cheer up. Such things will happen in connection with the trade you have taken up." "Sorrow befall the trade, and the thief who taught it me," said Murtagh. "And yet the trade is not a bad one, if I only knew more of it, and had someone to help and back me. Osh! The idea of being cheated and bamboozled by that one-eyed thief in the horseman's dress." "Let bygones be bygones, Murtagh," said I. "It is no use grieving for the past. Sit down, and let us have a little pleasant gossip. Aram, Murtagh, when I saw you sitting under the wall, with your thumb to your mouth, it brought to my mind tales which you used to tell me all about. Fin Makul. You have not forgotten Fin Makul, Murta, and how he sucked wisdom out of his thumb. Sorrow a bit, have I forgot about him, Shorsha, said Morta, as we sat down together, nor what you yourself told me about the snake. Arrah, Shorsha, what you told me about the snake bates anything I ever told you about Fin. Okon, Shorsha. Perhaps you will be telling me about the snake once more. I think the tale would do me good, and I have need of comfort, God knows, Okani. Seeing Murta in such a distressed plight, I forthwith told him over again the tale of the snake in precisely the same words as I have related it in the first part of this history. After which I said, Now, Murta, tit for tat, you will be telling me one of the old stories of Fin Makul. Oh, Shorsha! I haven't heart enough, said Murta. Thank you for your tale, but it makes me weep. It brings to my mind Dungarvan times of old, I mean the times we were at school together. Cheer up, man, said I, and let's have the story, and let it be about Makul and the salmon and his thumb. Arrah! Shorsha, I can't. Well, to oblige you, I'll give it you. Well, you know Makul was an exposed child and came floating over the salt sea in a chest which was cast ashore at Vaintry Bay. In the corner of that bay was a castle where dwelt a giant and his wife, very respectable and decent people, and this giant, taking his morning walk along the bay, came to the place where the child had been cast ashore in his box. Well, the giant looked at the child, and being filled with compassion for his exposed state, took the child up in his box and carried him home to his castle, where he and his wife, being decent, respectable people, as I told you before, fostered the child and took care of him, till he became old enough to go out to service and gain his livelihood, when they bound him out apprentice to another giant, who lived in a castle of the country, at some distance from the bay. This giant, whose name was Dharma David Odin, was not a respectable person at all, but a big old vagabond. He was twice the size of the other giant, who, though bigger than any man, was not a big giant. For as there are great and small men, so there are great and small giants. I mean, some are small when compared with the others. Well, Finn served this giant a considerable time, doing all kinds of hard and unreasonable service for him, and receiving all kinds of hard words, and many a hard knock and kick to boot. Sorrow befall the old vagabond who could thus ill-treat a helpless foundling. It chanced that one day the giant caught a salmon, mere a salmon leap upon his estate. For though a big old blackguard, he was a person of considerable landed property and high sheriff for the county Cork. Well, the giant brings home the salmon by the gills and delivers it to Finn, telling him to roast it for the giant's dinner. But take care, ye young blackguard, he added, that in roasting it, and I expect ye to roast it, well, you do not let a blister come upon its nice satin skin, for if you do, I will cut the head off your shoulders. Well, thinks Finn, this is a hard task. However, as I have done many hard tasks for him, I will try and do this too, though I was never set to do anything yet half so difficult. So he prepared his fire, and put his gridiron upon it, and lays the salmon fairly and softly upon the gridiron, and then he roasts it, turning it from one side to the other just in the nick of time, before the soft satin skin could be blistered. However, on turning it over the 11th time, and 12 would have settled the business, he found he had delayed a little bit of time too long in turning it over, and that there was a small tiny blister on the soft outer skin. Well, Finn was in a mighty panic, remembering the threats of the old giant. However, he did not lose heart, but clapped his thumb upon the blister in order to smooth it down. Now the salmon, Shorsha, was nearly done, and the flesh thoroughly hot, so Finn's thumb was scalt, and he, clapping it to his mouth, sucked it in order to draw out the pain, and in a moment, hubbaboo, became imbued with all the wisdom of the world. Myself, stop, Murta, stop! Morta, all the witchcraft, Shorsha, myself, how wonderful! Morta, was it not, Shorsha? The salmon, do you see, was a fairy salmon. Myself, what a strange coincidence. Morta. What, Shorsha? Myself. Why, that the very same tale should be told of Finn Ma Cool, which is related of Sigurd Fafnisbane. What thief was that, Shorsha? Thief! 'Tis true, he took the treasure of Fafnir. Sigurd was the hero of the North, Murta, even as Finn is the great hero of Ireland. He too, according to one account, was an exposed child and came floating in a casket to a wild shore, where he was suckled by a hind, and afterwards found and fostered by Mimir, a fairy blacksmith. He too sucked wisdom from a burn. According to the Edda, he burnt his finger whilst feeling of the heart of Fafnir, which he was roasting, and putting it into his mouth, in order to suck out the pain, became imbued with all the wisdom of the world, the knowledge of the language of birds, and what not. I have heard you tell the tale of Finn a dozen times in the blessed days of old, but its identity with the tale of Sigurd never occurred to me till now. It is true, when I knew you of old, I had never read the tale of Sigurd, and have since almost dismissed matters of Ireland from my mind. But as soon as you told me again about Finn's burning his finger, the coincidence struck me. I say, Merta, the Irish owe much to the Danes. Devil a bit, Shorsha, do they owe to the Thaves, except many a bloody baiting and plundering, which they never paid them back. Ach, Shorsha, you, educated in old Ireland, to say that the Irish owes anything good to the plundering. Villains, the Seal Lachlan. They owe them half their traditions, Murda, and amongst others, Finn Ma Cool and the burnt finger. And if ever I publish the Laughlin songs, I'll tell the world so. But, Shorsha, the world will never believe ye, to say nothing of the Irish part of it. Then the world, Murta, to say nothing of the Irish part of it, will be a fool. Even as I have often thought it, the grand thing, Murta, is to be able to believe oneself and respect oneself. How few whom the world believe and respect themselves. Och, Shorsha, shall I go on with the tale of Finn? I'd rather you should not, Murta. I know all about it already. Then why did you bother me to tell it at first, Shorsha? Osh, it was doing my own self good and making me forget my own sorrowful state when ye interrupted me with your aves of Danes. Och, Shorsha! Let me tell you how Finn, by means of sucking his thumb, and the witchcraft he imbibed from it Zivet Hund, while shaking hands with him, for Finn could do no feat of strength without sucking his thumb. Shorsha, as Conan the Bald told the son of Ossian in the song which I used to sing you in Dungarvan times of old. And here Murta repeated certain Irish words to the following effect: O little the foolish words I heed, Orson's son, from thy lips which come, no strength wherein I repeat, unmestidolte ia astfli with the snow you will. Enough is as good as a feast, Murta. I am no longer in the queue for Finn. I would rather hear your own history. Now tell us, man, all that has happened to ye since Dungarvan times of old? Ach, Shorsha, it would be merely bringing all my sorrows back upon me. Well, if I know all your sorrows, perhaps I shall be able to find a help for them. I owe you much, Murta. You taught me Irish, and I will do all I can to help you. Why then, Shorsha, I'll tell you my history. Here goes. Chapter 45. Morta's Tale. Well, Shorsha, about 1.5 years after you left us, and a sorrowful hour for us, it was when you left us, losing, as we did, your funny stories of your snake and the battles of your military, they sent me to Paris and Salamanca in order to make a saggart of me. Pray, excuse me, said I, for interrupting you, but what kind of place is Salamanca? Divil a bit did I ever see of it, Shorsha. Then why did ye say ye were sent there? Well, what kind of place is Paris? Not that I care much about Paris. Sorrow a bit did I ever see of either them, Shorsha, for no one sent me to either. When we says at home a person is going to Paris and Salamanca, it means that he is going abroad to study, to be a saggart, whether he goes to them places or not. No, I never saw either bad luck to them. I was shipped away from Cork up the Straits to a place called Leghorn, from which I was sent to a religious house, where I was to be instructed in saggarding till they had made me fit to cut a decent figure in Ireland. We had a long and tedious voyage, Shorsha. Not so tedious, however, as it would have been had I been fool enough to lave your pack of cards behind me, as the thief, my brother Dennis, wanted to persuade me to do, in order that he might play with them himself. With the cards I managed to have many a nice game with the sailors, winning from them ha'pennies and sixpences until the captain said I was ruining his men and keeping them from their duty, and, being a heretic and a Dutchman, swore that unless I gave over he would tie me up to the mast and give me a round dozen. This threat obliged me to be more on my guard, though I occasionally contrived to get a game at night and to win sixpennies and a pennies. We reached Leghorn at last, and glad I was to leave the ship and the master, who gave me a kick as I was getting over the side. Bad luck to the dirty heretic for kicking a son of the church, for I have always been a true son of the church, Shorsha, and never quarrelled with it unless it interfered with me in my playing at cards. I left Leghorn with certain muleteers with whom I played at cards at the baiting houses, and who speedily won from me all the ha'pennies and sixpences I had won from the sailors. I got my money's worth, however, for I learned from the muleteers all kind of quaint tricks upon the cards, which I knew nothing of before, so I did not grudge them what they cheated me of, and when we parted, we did so in kindness on both sides. On getting to, I was received into the religious house for Iriches. It was the Irish house, Shorsha, into which I was taken, for I do not wish ye to suppose that I was in the English religious house which there is in that city, in which a purty set are educated, and in which purty doings are going on, if all tales be true. In this Irish house I commenced my studies, learning to sing and to read the Latin prayers of the church. Ardid, I would in it, is all. Then when hard cold, but word self-bones had he retard, a buckets could have become side more feed at. A bucket of Miss Zabaket is a bizarre. Could not, did I teach the elegant tricks which I learnt from the muleteers. Well, the scholars came to me for the sake of the cards, and the porter and cook of their religious house, who could both play very well, came also. At last I became tired of playing for nothing, so I borrowed a few bits of silver from the cook, and played against the porter, and by means of my tricks I won money from the porter, and then I paid the cook the bits of silver which I had borrowed of him, and played with him, and won a little of his money, which I let him win back again, as I had lived long enough in a religious house to know that it is stakes kite but in a knot. In a little time, Shorsha, there was scarcely anything going on in the house but card-playing. The almoner played with me, and so did the sub-rector, and I won money from both. Not too much, however, lest they should tell the rector, who had the character of a very austere man, and of being a bit of a saint. However, the thief of a porter, whose money I had won, informed the rector of what was going on, and one day the rector sent for me into his private apartment, and gave me so long and pious a lecture upon the heinous sin of card-playing that I thought I should sink into the ground. After about half an hour's inveighing against card-playing, he began to soften his tone, and with a long sigh told me that at one time of his life he had been a young man himself, and had occasionally used the cards. He then began to ask me some questions about card-playing, which questions I afterwards found were to pump from me what I knew about the science. After a time he asked me whether I had got my cards with me, and on my telling him I had, he expressed a wish to see them, whereupon I took the pack out of my pocket and showed it to him. He looked at it very attentively, and at last, giving another deep sigh, he said that though he was nearly weaned from the vanities of the world, he had still an inclination to see whether he had entirely lost the little skill which at one time he possessed. When I heard him speak in this manner, I told him that if his reverence was inclined for a game of cards, I should be very happy to play one with him. Scarcely had I uttered these words than he gave a third sigh, and looked so very much like a saint that I was afraid he was going to excommunicate me. Nothing of the kind, however, for presently he gets up and locks the door. Then sitting down at the table, he motioned me to do the same, which I did, and in 5 minutes we were playing at cards, his reverence and myself. I soon found that his reverence knew quite as much about card playing as I did. Divil a trick was there connected with cards that his reverence did not seem awake to. As, however, we were not playing for money, this circumstance did not give me much uneasiness, so we played game after game for 2 hours, when his reverence, having business, told me I might go, so I took up my cards, make my obedience, and left him. The next day I had other games with him, and so on for a very long time, still playing for nothing. At last his reverence grew tired of playing for nothing, and proposed that we should play for money. Now, I had no desire to play with his reverence for money, as I knew that doing so would bring on a quarrel. As long as we were playing for nothing, I could afford to let his reverence use what tricks he pleased. But if we played for money, I couldn't do so. If he played his tricks, I must play mine, and use every advantage to save my money, and there was one I possessed which his reverence did not. The cards being my own, I had put some delicate little marks on the trump cards, just at the edges, so that when I dealt, by means of a little sleight of hand, I could deal myself any trump card I pleased. But I wished, as I said before, to have no dealings for money with his reverence, knowing that he was master in the house, and that he could lead me a dog of a life if I offended him, either by winning his money or not letting him win mine. So I told him I had no money to play with, but the old thief knew better. He knew that I was every day winning money from the scholars, and the sub-rector, and the other people of the house, and the old thief had determined to let me go on in that way, winning money, and then by means of his tricks, which he thought I dare not resent, to win from me all my earnings, in a word, Shorsha, to let me fill myself like a sponge, and then squeeze me for his own advantage. So he made me play with him, and in less than 3 days came on the quarrel. His reverence chided me, and I chided his reverence. The old thief knew every trick that I knew, and 1 or 2 more. But in dealing out the cards I nicked his reverence. Scarcely a trump did I ever give him, Shorsha, and won his money purty freely. Ach, it was a purty quarrel. All the delicate names in the Newgate calendar, if you ever heard of such a book, all the hangdog names in the Newgate histories, and the lives of Irish rogues, did we call each other his reverence and I. Suddenly, however, putting out his hand, he seized the cards, saying, "I will examine these cards, ye cheating scoundrel, for I believe there are dirty marks on them, which ye have made in order to know the winning cards." "Give me back my pack," said I, "or mon diule if I be not the death of ye." His reverence, however, clapped the cards into his pocket, and made the best of his way to the door, I hanging upon him. He was a gross, fat man, but, like most fat men, deadly strong, so he forced his way to the door, and opening it, flung himself out, with me still holding on him like a terrier dog on a big fat pig. Then he shouts for help, and in a little time I was secured and thrust into a lock-up room, where I was left to myself. Here was a purty alteration. As better they I was tuvicide, corporate seppinin with chesa and deprexants. That, moreover, on the tidbits of the table, and today I was in a cell, nobody coming to look at me but the blackguard porter who had charge of me, my cards taken from me, but braid in water to salt, per month, at the end of which time hath railed her month, at the end of which time it held, to reveam of the iolate. Discovered the dirty marks which I had made upon the trump cards for to know them by. He said a great deal more to me, which is not worth relating, and ended by telling me that he intended to let me out of confinement next day, but that if ever I misconducted myself any more, he would clap me in again for the rest of my life. I had a good mind to call him an old dive, but the hope of getting out made me hold my tongue, and the next day I was let out, and neat enough, I had to be let out, for what with being alone and living on bread and water, I was becoming frighted, or, as the doctors call it, nervous. But when I was out, oh, what a change I found in the religious house! No card playing, for it had been forbidden to the scholars, and there was now nothing going on but reading and singing. Divil a merry visage to be seen, but plenty of prim airs and graces. But the case of the scholars, though bad enough, was not half so bad as mine, for they could spake to each other, whereas I could not have a word of conversation, for the old ape of a rector had ordered them to send me to Coventry, telling dim that I was a gambling cheat, with morals bad enough to corrupt a horse regiment, and whereas they were allowed to divert themselves with going out, I was kept reading and singing from morn till night. Habaratat ik tweechen, for he that had for all the change below stairs, there was still card playing on above, for that the belt for Ector and the Elminer played at a play that a Baker, and the home money have a rector together all, and that the read the rector the book of the world, and have it kind of stuff about that quite but have haps. He told the cook, moreover, that the rector frequently went out at night to the houses of the great clergy and cheated at cards. In this melancholy state, with respect to myself, things continued a long time, when suddenly there was a report that His Holiness the Pope intended to pay a visit to the religious house in order to examine into its discipline. When I heard this, I was glad, for I determined after the Pope had done what he had come to do, to fall upon my knees before him and make a regular complaint of the treatment I had received, to tell him of the cheating at cards of the rector, and to beg him to make the udhith give me back my pack again. So the day of the visit came, and His Holiness made his appearance with his attendants, and, having looked over the religious house, he went into the rector's room with the rector, the sub-rector, and the almoner. I intended to have waited until His Holiness came out, but finding he stayed a long time, I thought I would e'en go into him, so I went up to the door without anybody observing me, his attendants being walking about the corridor, and opening it, I slipped in, and there what do you think I saw? Why, His Holiness the Pope, and His Reverence the Rector, and the Sub-Rector, and the Almoner, seated at cards, and the old dotif of a rector was dealing out the cards which he had given me, Shorsha, to His Holiness the Pope, the Sub-Rector, the Almoner, and himself. In this part of his history, I interrupted Murtaugh, saying that I was afraid he was telling untruths, and that it was highly improbable that the Pope would leave the Vatican to play cards with Irish at their religious house, and that I was sure, if on his, Murtaugh's authority, I were to tell the world so, the world would never believe it. Then the world, Shorsha, would be a fool, even as you were just now saying you had frequently believed it to be. The grand thing, Shorsha, is to be able to believe oneself. If you can do that, it matters very little whether the world believe you or no, but a purty thing for you in the world to stickle at the Pope's playing at cards at a religious house of Irish. Och! If I were to tell you and the world what the Pope has been sometimes at the religious house of English stives, I would excuse you and the world for turning up your eyes. However, I wish to say nothing against the Pope. I am a son of the Church, and if the Pope don't interfere with my cards, divil a bit will I have to say against him. But I saw the Pope playing, or about to play, with the pack, which had been taken from me, and when I told the Pope did not ye had better let me go on with my history, Shorsha. Whether you or the world believe it or not, I am sure it is quite as true as your tale of the snake, or saying that Finn got his burnt finger from the faves of Laughlin, and whatever you may say, I am sure that he is I apologized to Murtaugh for interrupting him and telling him that his history, whether true or not, was infinitely diverting, begged him to continue it. Chapter 46. Murtaugh's story continued, the priest, exorcist, and thimble ingro how to check a rebellion. I was telling ye, Shorsha, when ye interrupted me, that I found the Pope the rector, the sub-rector, and the almoner seated at the table, the rector with my pack of cards in his hands, about to deal out to the Pope and the rest, not forgetting himself, for whom he intended all the trump cards, no doubt. No sooner did they perceive me than they seemed taken all aback, but the rector, suddenly starting up with the cards in his hand, asked me what I did there, threatening to have me well disciplined if I did not go about my business. "I am come for my pack," said I, "you thief, and to tell his holiness how I have been treated by ye." Then going down on my knees before his holiness, I said, "Arrah now, your holiness, will ye not see justice done to a poor boy who has been sadly misused? The pack of cards which that old ruffian has in his hand are my cards, which he has taken from me in order to shate with. Arrah! Don't play with him, your holiness, for he'll only shate ye. There are dirty marks upon the cards which bear the trumps, put there in order to know them by, and the old thief in dalling out will give himself all the good cards, and shat you of the last farthing in your pocket. So let them be taken from him, your holiness, and given back to me, and order him to lave the room, and then, if your holiness be for an honest game, don't think I am the boy to balk ye. I'll take the old ruffian's place, and play with ye till evening, and all night besides. And divil an advantage will I take of the dirty marks, though I know them all, having placed them on the cards myself." I was going on in this way when the woolthief of a rector, flinging down the cards, made an arsenop and said, "If ye are for kicking, sure two can play at that." And then I kicked at his reverence, and his reverence at me, and there was a regular scrimmage between us which frightened the Pope, who, getting up, said some words which I did not understand, but which the cook afterwards told me were English extravagance, and this is the second edition, for it seems that a little time before end, which those thieves of the English religious house had been endeavoring to bring over to the Catholic faith, and who didn't approve of their being converted. Oh, His Holiness did us all sore injustice to call us English, and to confound our house with the other. For however dirty our house might be, our house was a clean house compared with the English house, and we honest people compared with those English thieves. Well, His Holiness was frighted, and the almoner ran out, and brought in His Holiness's attendants, and they laid hold of me, but I struggled hard, and said, "I will not go without my pack." "Arrah, your holiness, make them give me my pack, which Shorsha gave me in Dungarvan times of old." But my struggles were of no use. I was pulled away and put out in the wool dungeon, and His Holiness went away sore frighted, crossing himself much, and never returned again. In the old dungeon I was fastened to the wall by a chain, and there I was disciplined once every other day for the first 3 weeks, and then I was left to myself and my chain and hunger. And there I sat in the dungeon, sometimes screeching, sometimes hallooing, for I soon became frighted, having nothing in the cell to divert me. At last the cook found his way to me by stealth, and comforted me a little, bringing me tidbits out of the kitchen, and he visited me again and again, not often, however, for he dare only come when he could steal away the key from the custody of the thief of a porter. I was 3 years in the dungeon, and should have gone mad but for the cook, and his words of comfort, and his tidbits, and nice books which he brought me out of the library, which were the Calendars of Newgate, and the Lives of Irish Rogues and Rapparees, the only English books in the library. However, at the end of 3 years, the old life of a rector, wishing to look at them books, missed them from the library, and made a perquisition about them, and the thief of a porter said that he shouldn't wonder if I had them, saying that he had once seen me reading, and then the rector came with others to my cell, and took my books from me, from under my straw, and asked me how I came by them, and on my refusal to tell, they disciplined me again till the blood ran down my back, and making more perquisition, they at last accused a cook of having carried the books to me, and not denying, he was given warning to leave next day, but he left that night and took me away with him, for he stole the key and came to me and cut my chain through, and then he and I escaped from the religious house through a window containing what things he had. No sooner had we got out than the honest cook gave me a little bit of money and a loaf, and told me to follow a way which he pointed out, which he said would lead to the sea, and then, having embraced me after the Italian way, he left me, and I never saw him again. So I followed the way which the cook pointed out, and in 2 days reached a seaport called Civitavecchia, terribly foot-foundered, and there I met a sailor who spoke Irish, and who belonged to a vessel just ready to sail for France, and the sailor took me on board his vessel, and said I was his brother, and captain gave me a passage to a place in France called Marseille, and when I got there, the captain and sailor got a little money for me and a passport, and I traveled across the country towards a place they directed me to, called Bayonne, from which they said I might, perhaps, get to Ireland. Coming, however, to a place called Pau, all my money being gone, I enlisted into a regiment called the Army of the Faith, which was going into Spain, for the King of Spain had been dethroned and imprisoned by his own subjects, as perhaps you may have heard, and the King of France, who was his cousin, was sending an army to help him, under the command of his own son, whom the English called Prince Hilt, because when he was told that he was appointed to the command, he cleft back his hat he with what? So I enlisted into the regiment of the Faith, which was made up of Spaniards, many of them priests who had run out of Spain, and broken Germans, and foot-foundered Irish, like myself. It was said to be a blackguard regiment, that same regiment of the Faith, but, faith, I saw nothing blackguardly going on in it, for you would hardly reckon card-playing and dominoes and pitch and toss blackguardly, and I saw nothing else in it. There was one thing in it which I disliked, the priests drawing their Spanish knives occasionally when they lost their money. After we had been some time at Pau, the Army of the Faith was sent across the mountains into Spain as the vanguard of the French. And no sooner did the Spaniards see the Faith than they made a dash at it, and the Faith ran away, myself along with it, and got behind the French army, which told it to keep there, and the Faith did so, and followed the French army, which soon scattered the Spaniards, and in the end placed the king on his throne again. When the war was over, the Faith was disbanded. Some of the foreigners, however, amongst whom I was one, were put into a guard regiment, and there I continued for more than a year. One day, being at a place called the Escurial, I took stock, as the tradesmen say, and found I possessed the sum of $80 won by playing at cards, for though I could not play so well with the foreign cards as with the pack you gave me, Shorsha, I had yet contrived to win money from the priests and soldiers of the faith. Finding myself possessed of such a capital, I determined to leave the service and to make the best of my way to Ireland. So I deserted, but coming in an evil hour to a place they calls Torrelodones, I found the priest playing at cards with his parishioners. The sight of the cards made me stop, and then fool-like, notwithstanding the treasure I had about me, I must wish to play, so not being able to speak their language, I made signs to them to let me play, and the priest and his thieves consented willingly. So I sat down to cards with the priest and 2 of his parishioners, and in a little time had won plenty of their money. But I had better never have done any such thing, for suddenly the priest and all his parishioners set upon me, and bait me, and coughed from me the alleged rate. Ach, it's a bad village, that, and if I had known what it was, I would have avoided it, or run straight through it. Though I saw all the card playing in the world going on in it. There is a proverb about it, as I was afterwards told, old as the time of the Moors, which holds good to the present day. It is, that in Torrelodones there are 24 housekeepers and 25 thieves, manning that all the people are thieves, and the clergyman to boot, who is not reckoned a housekeeper, and troth I found the clergyman the greatest thief of the lot. After being cast out of that village I travelled for nearly a month, subsisting by begging tolerably well, for though most of the Spanish are thieves, they are rather charitable. But though charitable thieves, they do not like their own being taken from them without leave being asked, as I found to my cost. For on my entering a garden near Seville, without leave to take an orange, the laborer came running up and struck me to the ground with a hatchet, giving me a big wound in the arm. I fainted with loss of blood, and on reviving I found myself in a hospital at Seville, to which the laborer and the people of the village had taken me. I should have died of starvation in that hospital had not some English people heard of me and come to see me. They tended me with food till I was cured, and then paid my passage on board a ship to London, to which place the ship carried me. And now I was in London with 5 shillings in my pocket, all I had in the world, in the want of my zets, as after a month hard labor in the correction house, and when I came out I knew not what to do, but thought I would take a walk in the country, for it was springtime, and the weather was fine, so I took a walk about 7 miles from London, and came to a place where a great fair was being held, and there I begged, but got nothing but a hap, and was as I looked at the play and saw him win money and run away, and hunted by constables more than once. I kept following the man, and at last entered into conversation with him, and learning from him that he was in want of a companion to help him, I offered to help him if he would pay me. He looked at me from top to toe, and did not wish at first to have anything to do with me, as he said my appearance was against me. Faith, Shorsha, he had better have looked at home, for his appearance was not much in his favor. He looked very much like a Jew, Shorsha. Houth, you went to Ipels, then en have dus p. So I became his bonnet, and his p cordic quotes, of then his thimbles and his p. So I became his bonnet, and assisted him in the fair, and in many other fairs beside. But I did not like my occupation much, or rather my master, who, though not a big man, was a big tithe, or at condridal, sebpuns condidit. He said he had parted with in the fair, and of whom he was fond of saying all kinds of wonderful things, amongst others, that he knew the grammar of all tongues. At last, wearied with being twitted by him, with not being able to learn his thaves Greek, I proposed that I should teach him Irish, that we should spake it together when we had anything to say in secret. To that he consented willingly, but och, a purty hand he made with Irish, faith, not much better than I did with his thayef's Hebrew. Then my turn came, and I twitted him nicely with dullness, and compared him with a pal that I had in old Ireland in Dungarvan times of yore, to whom I teached Irish, telling him that he was the broth of a boy, and not only knew the grammar of all human tongues, but the dialects of the snakes besides. In fact, I told him all about your own sweet self, Shorsha, and many a dispute and quarrel had we together about our pals, which was the cleverest fellow. His many a dispute and quarrel has but well, after having been with him about 2 months, I quitted him without. And a one thing written the Ruidics topper fellow, and perfect master of his trade, by which he made a power of follow, and perfect master of his trade, by which he made a power of money, and bating his not being able to learn Irish, and a certain Jewish lisp, which he had, a great master of recomblem, on which he was very proudlem, thompo pemblem, and sen in entivolte monicivip with the table, and other things which I had taken, I commenced trade on my own account, having contrived to learn a few of his tricks. My only capital was the change for half a guinea, which he had once let fall, and which I picked up, which was all I could ever get from him, for it was impossible to steal any money from him, he was so awake, being up to all the tricks of these, having followed the diving trade, as he called it, for a considerable time. My wish was to make enough by my table to enable me to return with credit to old Ireland, where I had no doubt of being able to get myself ordained as priest. And, in troth, notwithstanding I was a beginner, and without any companion to help me, I did tolerably well, getting my meat and drink and increasing my small capital, till I came to this unlucky place of Horncastle, where I was utterly ruined by the thief in the writer's dress. And now, Shorsha, I am after telling you, my sister, I told Murder all about myself that I deemed necessary to relate, and then asked him what he intended to do. He repeated that he was utterly ruined and that he had no prospect before him but starving or making away with himself. I inquired how much would take him to Ireland and establish him there with credit. £5, he answered, adding, but who in the world would be fool enough to lend me £5, unless it be yourself, Shorsha, who, maybe, have not got it. For when you told me about yourself, you made no boast of the state of your affairs. I am not very rich, I replied, but I think I can accommodate you with what you want. I consider myself under great obligations to you, Murtaugh. It was you who instructed me in the language of Ali Nanalma, which has been the foundation of all my acquisitions in philology. Without you, I should not have been what I am. Lavengro, which signifies a philologist. Here's the money, Murtaugh, said I, putting my hand into my pocket and taking out £5. Much good may it do you. He took the money, stared at it, and then at me. And you mean to give me this, Shorsha? It is no longer mine to give, said I. It is yours. And you give it me for the gratitude you bear me? Yes, said I, and for Dungarvan times of old. Well, Shorsha, said he, you are a broth of a boy, and I'll take your benefaction £5. Och, jazzes. He then put the money in his pocket and, springing up, waved his hat 3 times, uttering some old Irish cry. Then, sitting down, he took my hand and said, Sure, Shores, I'll be going thither, and when I get there, it is turning over another leaf I will be. I have learnt a thing or two abroad. I will become a priest, that's the trade, Shorsha. And I will cry out for repale, that's the cry, Shorsha, and I'll be a fool no longer. And what will you do with your table? Said I. Faith, I'll be taking it with me, Shorsha, and when I gets to Ireland, I'll get it mended, and I will keep it in the house which I shall have, and when I looks upon it, I will be thinking of all I have undergone. You had better leave it behind you, said I. If you take it with you, you will perhaps take up the thimble trade again before you get to Ireland and lose the money I am after giving you. No fear of that, Shorsha. Never will I play on that table again, Shorsha, till I get it mended, which shall not be till I am a priest and have a house in which to place it. Murta and I then went into the town, where we had some refreshment together, and then parted on our several ways. I heard nothing of him for nearly a quarter of a century, when a person who knew him well, coming from Ireland and staying at my humble house, told me a great deal about him. He reached Ireland in safety, soon reconciled for 6 years when he cut his superiors, having on the whole, to his superiors, having, as he frequently said, learned wisdom abroad. The Popish Church never fails to turn to account any particular gift which its servants may possess, and discovering soon that Murtaugh was endowed with considerable manual dexterity proof, of which he frequently gave at cards, and at a singular game which he poved the fellas deckled, in a courtesan ovid soldiers, and if it was the Amish, there is a holy island in a lake in Ireland, to which the people resort at a particular season of the year. Here Murtaugh frequently attended, and it was here that he performed a cure which will cause his name long to be remembered in Ireland, delivering a possessed woman of 2 demons, which he brandished aloft in his hands in the shape of 2 large eels, and subsequently hurled into the lake amidst the shouts of an enthusiastic multitude. This pass, playing the part of an exorcist as his exive. It passed people far, as vanished as long as repeal was the cry, as soon, however, as the Whigs attained the helm of government, and the greater part of the loaves and fishes, more politely turned to catronids of Ireland, was placed at the disposition of the priesthood. The tone of Murtaugh, like that of the rest of his Geigert, Rezargal Tigerltian, Wethapidus Cacritive Outwardings white mice. He, however, again resumed the political mantle in the year 1848 during the short period of the rebellion of the so-called Young Irelanders. The priests, though they apparently sided with this party, did not approve of it, as it was chiefly formed of ardent young men, fond of what they termed liberty and by no means admirers of priestly domination, being mostly Protestants. Just before the outbreak of this rebellion, it was determined between the priests and that this party should be rendered comparatively innocuous by being deprived of the sinews of war, in other words, certain sums of money which they had raised for their enterprise. Murtagh was deemed the best qualified person in Ireland to be entrusted with the delicate office of getting their money from them. Having received his instructions, he invited the leaders to his parsonage amongst the mountains, under pretense of deliberating with them about what was to be done. They arrived there just before nightfall, dressed in red, yellow, and green, the colors so dear to enthusiastic Irishmen. Murtagh received them with great apparent cordiality and entered into a long discourse with them, promising them the assistance of himself and order, and received from them a profusion of thanks. After a time Murtagh, observing in a jocular tone that consulting was dull work, proposed a game of cards, and the leaders, though somewhat surprised, assenting, he went to a closet and taking out a pack of cards laid it upon the table. It was a strange dirty pack and exhibited every mark of having seen very long service. On one of its guests making some remarks on the ancientness of its appearance, Murtagh observed that there was a very wonderful history attached to that pack. It had been presented to him, he said, by a young gentleman, a disciple of his, to whom, in Dungarvan times of yore, he had taught the Irish language and of whom he related some very extraordinary things. He added that he, Murtagh, had taken it to where it had once the happiness of being in the hands of the Holy Father. By a great misfortune, he dat sig not keet right, but the bedari with mates min he domestic. Some time since recovered it. A nephew of his, who was being educated at for a priest, having found it in a nook of a college and sent it to him. Murtagh and the leaders then played various games with this pack, more especially one called by the initiated blind hookey, the result being that at the end of about 2 hours the leaders found they had lost 1/2 of their funds. They now looked serious and talked of leaving the house, but Murtagh begging them to stay to supper, they consented. After supper, at which the guests drank rather freely, Murtagh said that, as he had not the least wish to win their money, he intended to give them their revenge. He would not play at cards with them, he added, but at a funny game of thimbles, at which they would be sure of winning back their own. Then going out, he brought in a table, tall and narrow, on which placing certain thimbles and a pea, he proposed that they should stake whatever they pleased on the almost certainty of finding the pea under the thimbles. The leaders, after some hesitation, consented, and were at first eminently successful, winning back the greater part of what they had lost. After some time, however, fortune, or rather Murtagh, turned against them, and then, instead of leaving off, they doubled and trebled their stakes, and continued doing so until they had lost nearly the whole of their funds. Quite furious, they now swore that Murtagh had cheated them, and insisted on having their property restored to them. Murtagh, without a word of reply, went to the door, and shouting into the passage something in Irish, the room was instantly filled with bog-trotters, each at least 6 feet high, with a stout shillelagh in his hand. Murtagh then turning to his guests, asked them what they meant by insulting an anointed priest, telling them that it was not for the likes of them to avenge the wrongs of Ireland. "I have been clean mistaken in the whole of ye," said he. "I supposed ye Irish, but have found to my sorrow that you are nothing of the kind. Purty fellows to pretend to be Irish, when there is not a word of Irish on the tongue of any of ye. Dibble a Hopeworth, the illigant young gentleman to whom I taught Irish in Dungarvan." Times of old, though not born in Ireland, has more Irish in him than any 10 of ye. He's the boy to avenge the wrongs of Ireland, if ever foreigner is to do it. Then saying something to the bog-trotters, they instantly cleared the room of the young Irelanders, who retired sadly disconcerted. Nevertheless, being very silly young fellows, they hoisted the standard of rebellion, few, however, joining them, partly because they had no money and partly because the priests abused them with might and main. The rebellion ended in a lamentable manner, them themselves being seized and tried, and then coined the court d'avocat here courtel takeli. My visitor, after saying that of the money won, Murtaugh retained a considerable portion, that a part went to the hierarchy for what were called church purposes, and that they took the remainder, which it employed in establishing a newspaper in which the private characters of the worthiest and most loyal Protestants in Ireland were traduced and vilified, concluded his account by observing that it was the common belief that Murtaugh, having by his services, ecclesiastical and political, acquired the confidence of the priesthood and favor of the government, would on the first vacancy be appointed to the high office of Popish Primate of Ireland. Chapter 47. Departure from Horncastle. Recruiting Sergeant Collos and Mallows. Leaving Horncastle, I bent my steps in the direction of the east. I walked at a brisk rate, and late in the evening reached a large town, situate at the entrance of an extensive firth, or arm of the sea, which prevented my farther progress eastward. Sleeping that night in the suburbs of the town, I departed early next morning in the direction of the south. A walk of about 20 miles brought me to another large town, situated on a river, where I again turned towards the east. At the end of the town I was accosted by a fiery-faced individual, somewhat under the middle size, dressed as a recruiting sergeant. "Young man," said the recruiting sergeant, "you are just the kind of person to serve the Honorable East India Company." "I had rather the Honorable Company should serve me," said I. "Of course, young man." "Well, the Honorable East India Company shall serve you. That's reasonable. Here, take this shilling. 'Tis service money. Honorable Company engages to serve you, and you the Honorable Company. Both parties shall be thus served. That's just and reasonable. And what must I do for the company?" "Only go to India. That's all." "And what should I do in India?" "Fight, my brave boy. Fight, my youthful hero. What kind of country is India? The finest country in the world. Rivers bigger than the Ouse, hills higher than anything near Spalding, trees, you never saw such trees, fruits, you never saw such fruits. And the people, what kind of folk are they?" "Pa, Carlos blacks, a set of rascals not worth regarding." "Carlos," said I. "Blacks?" "Yes," said the recruiting sergeant, "and they call us Lalos, which, in their beastly gibberish, means red." "Lalos," said I. "Reds?" "Yes," said the recruiting sergeant. "Kalos and Lalos, and all the Lalos have to do is to kick and cut down the Kalos, and take from them their rupees, which means silver money." "Why do you stare so?" "Why," said I, "this is the very language of Mr. Petulengro." "Mr. Pet, yes," said I, "and Tano Chickno." "Tano Chick? I say, young fellow, I don't like your way of speaking. No, nor your way of looking. You are mad, sir, you are mad. And what's this? Why, your hair is gray." "You won't do for the Honorable Company. They like red. I'm glad I didn't give you the shilling. Good day to you." "I shouldn't wonder," said I as I proceeded rapidly along a broad causeway in the direction of the east, "if Mr. Petulengro and Tano Chickno came originally from India. I think I'll go there." The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.